Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Che.
Present.
And we might be joined here with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We both turned up because the Broncos.
He's that way. I've been drinking. And I got the TBA today.
And on this season 6, episode 2, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1. And that is wake-up calls for everyone. Is Pan-Africanism a threat? Professor James Smalls calls FBAs cowards. Church of Black Power weighs in. James Smalls abandoned his Native American roots for Pan-Africanism and calling TARIQ an agent. Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanists can't stand Black Americans delineating. It's drawing his money up. Why did the U.S. end temporary protected status for Haitians? How Disney magic sold whiteness. And if we have time, Congolese Sista apologized to Black America for Mama's gifted hand scandal. And why this keeps happening. And FDMG, otherwise known as the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy for Boys, has never been vandalized, and Umar is stalling for time. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline Black First perspective. We are a part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been around. Yeah, we're bringing that drum for them tangibles.
Tangible. No more intangibles.
We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign.
Like 3 days.
Frontline Black News is the first one. We started back in 2020, end of 2020, beginning of 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016. And have been around for 10 seasons, going on 11 seasons. Now, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And it also is a part of the Frontline campaign. It has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. If you hear some growling, it's not a dog, it's the damn cats. The B1 kitties. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, share the show, share the show out, and hit that like and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Krumah, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda, Lady Che's channel.
You always put that at the end. You saw the right next to it.
It's not.
That's what it's supposed to be, though.
It's not.
I thought that.
It's never at the end.
It is.
It's not the
end. That
end.
Beautiful beat footage back. You always forget me. I'm always at the end.
I do not forget you. I always shout out the RBA.
No, you don't add to the end of the speech.
Don't I always tell y'all sub up to the Revolutionary Agenda? It's not even at the end.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You read it right. Yes, it is.
There's more YouTube.
You go to everybody, the GoFundMe's.
The GoFundMe's at the end.
No. My channel is at the
end. There's more channels.
Please.
Jay Militant's channel, Witchcracking TV with Jay Militant. That link is in the description. Kool Keezy's channel, his link is in the description as well. The Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. His link is also in the description. And last but certainly not least,
at the end,
Black Truth United YouTube channel is also in the description.
Shout out to Black Truth.
And the B1 Rolodex link is also in the description. That's our modern day green book for those that didn't know.
Shout out to that brother. He's like,
and please sign the petition for reparations, the change.org petition. And then we got the GoFundMe's, and yes, Lady Change is at the end on that one. Support the GoFundMe's, including Lady Chase. And we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism,
intangible,
comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity, which are, Lady Che, economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9-10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by the great Nellie Fuller Jr., Mr. Nellie Fuller Jr., which he didn't like to be referred to as great, Nellie Fuller Jr., who transitioned back in February of this year.
And that's when I got banned from YouTube. From Twitter.
Of 2025, ProduceJustice.com. He was 95 years old. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Nellie Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last, but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy as conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the great Dr. Francis Chris Wilson, who transitioned back in 2016, January to be exact, of 2016. May she rest in power. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. So I'm going to hop right into it with wake-up calls for everyone. You get a wake-up call. You get a wake-up call.
How you gonna steal my shit, guys? I was talking shit. I was talking about the Santa that I was looking at.
Yeah, the hell with him. Yeah, fuck that bastard. Yeah, fuck that hating ass motherfucking guy in Hollywood.
Right.
Fuck him.
Who?
Oh, tether ass nigga.
Here?
No, Max said he seen a video about him hating on us yesterday. Today.
Me and you?
Yeah.
You say not me and him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that little pussy ass, fuck ass bitch.
Right. That's why he always get off the panel when we get on the panel. Yeah. Oh, scary ass nigga.
What you there when you calling me a fucking white lady?
No, that was outside the box.
Whatever, nigga. There's all the things.
Outside the cube. That
was like another motherfucking off-brand ugly ass dude.
I think that nigga's an agent.
I think that motherfucker a coon.
And a coon.
And you don't want none of this. I drag his motherfucking ass again. And again.
Yeah,
and again. In all my fucking 9 areas of even activity.
Right.
And all my brightness.
Yeah, fuck
come
him.
Get this motherfucker work, bitch. You hear me? Like he didn't get up on the panel. You know where they cutting up shit.
Yeah,
right?
He never get on the panel.
Put the link in the thing.
He don't never drop the link.
Or you over there instigating. Put the little channel thing that you watched in the thing. I don't want to hear it because if he's live, I'll go bust up his shit. You know what I mean? Like I used to do on another channel.
Yeah.
And just show up I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get up on the panel? Fuck nigga.
Yeah, fuck him.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I feel myself.
He's a coward. If he really wanted to have a debate with us, he would have been done dropped the damn link.
No,
Yeah,
you know,
he's always been scary.
It's easier, Mac, to talk shit about one motherfucker.
Yeah, we did. We did beat the Commanders. Just barely, Michael. But we beat them.
It's easy though for a motherfucker to disrespect Jesse. Because Jesse will lay a motherfucker down in the middle of 4 text messages, emails, and text messages, or whatever the fuck you was doing on the Facebook messages, right? When you would make a post and then motherfuckers get involved.
Yep.
And then 3 or 4 messages later, them motherfuckers like got this hand in their pussy and running back to their goddamn mama.
Yeah.
Right? That was literally saying, like 3, 4. You see how he get, right? He don't be playing. Now that shit's in person. You ain't seen him in person.
I left a comment on his last video. He tried to. Right? He never responded to it. Old coward ass nigga.
So when he comes to me and he, look, I started out the conversation with just a simple introduction, right, of what I was on, what I'm on, what I'm on is what we on right now.
We're not Africans, nigga. Get over it.
Black first, you know what I mean, and giving them the structures of what we look for when we're talking about qualify for reparations, right? And that nigga said, or whoever said,
yeah, he was very disrespectful to Lady Che.
Yeah. You said, cuz said, he said I was a whole white lady or something. Like,
he said I was a divester. He called me a divester.
I said, that's what you feel, right? I was like, that's what I ever feel, right? But I said, it went into this whole discussion about go contact your white side of your family and some shit, right? I said, I can't. I'm the last of the motherfucking one weekend. So I'm supposed to talk.
You're thinking of Q.
Right? There's a lot of things. They all fuck niggas anyway. You
thinking of Nandy's crew. He probably part of Nandy's crew.
Well, that's your fault, cuz. That's your fault, cuz. Because I told you not to be fucking around with motherfuckers that over there fucking around with that, bro. Y'all already know how I feel, cuz. That's your fault when you invite that type of negativity into our shit.
He was on Underrated Darkness. This dude he's talking about was on Underrated Darkness platform.
Yeah, he go over there. So we don't get up there when he up there, right?
He gets off the panel when we get up there.
Yeah, and I don't think he see me.
Yeah, he's a straight up clown. Fuck him.
Well, what did he say?
That same video I played for you.
Which video?
The one where he was calling us pretendians.
Nah.
Yeah, remember I played you the video. You clearly don't remember. But he was like, "Why is she always in the background? Why is she?" And don't tell me they have a FBA, RBG flag up.
Oh yeah, I did.
And then he told me to burn my reparation shirt.
Oh, cuz he's stupid as fuck. And I do have a RBG flag up. So what? I'm not taking it down either. I said what I feel. It's not hurting nobody. And if I moved it around a little bit, I think that would look weird. So I'm not gonna do all that. Because I don't have to do all that. And in my motherfucking opinion, you like me or you don't.
He called you Miss Piggy, is what he said.
Yeah, because I was like swollen and shit. I mean, that's what happens when you're dying and only got 1/3 your heartbeat and shit, swelling up and whatnot. Yeah, I could suppose. That's what it was. I was just bright and I can't see what other people see because y'all know I don't, I'm kind of like blind halfway for the most part. You know what I mean? But that didn't stop me from showing myself though. I'm not scared, pussy ass little bitch stuff. I let him call me all kind of disrespectful motherfucking names and talk all kind of disrespectful shit.
He got mad because I told him we're not on that fucking Pan-Africanist shit no more.
And we came down to the real question of who's the tether and who is it?
No, that was the other dude.
They're on the same street, man. They were doing the same shit. Oh, is that a motherfucker that was asking about Asian kids and shit like that?
No, that's a different dude.
And what was he on?
This dude be
on the same panel?
No, it's a different dude.
I don't know what you're talking about, cuz my bad. Was I talking to him ever?
You talked to him once.
About what?
We were talking about something on Underrated Darkness, the panel, and he jumped off the panel talking about, don't ever invite me on the panel if he's gonna be on there.
Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember disrespecting Underrated platform.
Yeah, fuck him.
Did I disrespect his platform?
No, you didn't disrespect Underrated Darkness.
So I don't remember. Look, to be honest, okay, my bad. Let me back that track up a little bit. I thought we was talking about that.
You thinking of Q Butter?
Yeah, my fault.
Fuck Q Butter too.
Fuck you, but I mean what I say about that fuck nigga. You ain't get no reparations. I don't give a fuck what he said. You don't get no work out of my motherfucking benefits. If we work for something and we get tangibles, he gets none. I said that on that platform. I will personally make sure he gets nothing.
Exactly.
Not a motherfucking thing.
They all trying to undermine FBA, Foundational Black Americans.
What's his name? Naughty what?
Nollywood. I said, are you Nigerian, nigga?
Ooh, my budget.
Oh, he be on Black Sons too.
Oh, no wonder.
Oh, Slob, what? Yeah, Black Sun, yeah.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, I take all that other stuff back because I don't really remember. But that's probably a good reason. I don't remember off brands. They're not memorable.
Fuck guy Nollywood.
You know what I mean? Especially the disrespectful.
Or should we say gay Nollywood? Fuck him.
Yeah, my fault. All right, so all that shit I was talking about,
son.
I mean it for who I meant it for. This other dude, I don't remember, but he's probably a fuck nigga too. So even they're not memorable to me. They're off brands.
Right.
I don't spend my time chopping it up with off brands, fucking Sambos, Coons, Mammies.
How you got thousands of subscribers
bad.
And only get 100 or so views? You're a fucking clown.
You're paying for them numbers. That's what that's about.
You're not even paying for numbers. You're not even getting numbers to pay for. You have thousands of subscribers. He has thousands of subscribers, and only is lucky if he gets 100 views.
What I'm saying is, you can pay for the subscriber count.
We don't even have thousands of subscribers, and we get hundreds of views.
You do, I don't. But things are gonna change, baby. Every day. Anyway, let me back that check up. I apologize, everybody. On my little rant, I was referring to whatever that I was referring to. I don't remember the friend. And even if he did call me all the names, I bet he won't come up and say it.
He'll never do it. I left a comment in his comment section. I said, "You bet you won't say none of this to my face."
I bet you $10 he won't say it to mine.
It was all crickets.
I would be worried about
nothing but crickets from him. But all these fuck niggas is gonna get their wake up calls. Just like these damn tellers is getting their wake up calls.
No, shit, I apologize.
And everybody's getting a wake up call. You get a wake up call. You get a wake up call. Everybody get a goddamn wake up call.
I would tell old boy if you talk to him again, Matt, that you know where to find a motherfucker. You don't have to come over here, but he can go to and fight with a real bitch like he's acting like one, you know. So I'll go ahead and argue with him because I'm actually a female. You know, he all in his pussy and shit. So
yeah,
I can drag him like a female.
Yeah, he's scared of me.
He should be. It's worse to be dealing with me. That's the problem. And then we were talking about it yesterday. Everybody got to tell on me.
All right, so 3 minutes of Black Empowerment is going to give us an update on the wake up calls for everyone. Like I said, you get a wake up call.
Yeah, get ready for the Black Empowerment. I usually do a long form video and release it on Thursday nights, but due to the holiday and filming my new commercial, things kind of got pushed back a little. But my commercial ad is done, and you will be seeing it before the end of this program. Before I start this show, I want to give a shout out to Lefty, Mr. Mechanic, Miss Miller, and TARIQ Williams for donating to my FBA food drive. I love when brothers and sisters put their money where their mouth is. So far, we've raised $150 out of our $300 goal. Whoever makes a donation will be mentioned on next week's broadcast. Down to the nitty-gritty. Every day America isn't what they thought it was. They pushed white supremacy's lies. Now it's like the same thing that's happening to Hispanics is happening to all of them. Last year, they thought they were powerful. This year, they're finding out they're powerless. Because every minority group in America has been dependent on our political pull. Some of those goofballs actually believe that crap is true. But most of them know that they can see that the Democratic Party is crumbling. They can also see that we're delineating at the same time while white supremacy is targeting them openly. The smarter ones in these minority groups know that the truth is that they are all alone. Without us, they're at white supremacy's total mercy. That's why the African woman in this video is apologizing for those 3 African hairdressers that caught those kidnapping charges for messing with that FBA sister.
On behalf of everybody, find in your hearts to forgive us.
The white people they thought would have their backs are now hunting them like game. Do not believe their tough talk. They feel naked and vulnerable. There's even that Asian content creator who made that video talking about how Asian something else very interesting. She said that white supremacy was systematically working to shut. How embarrassing. Politicians like Umar know, and now they're sitting ducks under the Trump administration. Politicians like her know that the purpose that they serve for the Democratic Party is fading, and that the Democratic Party is not going to lift a finger for them or the constituents they betrayed for the Democratic Party. These dirty, barefoot little Pakistanis are getting their wake-up call, no doubt. Look at Hispanics. They've been busting their asses since Trump got in office, and the deportations have only increased. By now, they know that white liberals really don't care about them, and they know conservatives can't now. Family, the real banger is going to be when white supremacy itself finds out that it won't moving without foundational black. It's my new encourage you all to be the first to see it. Expecting Abraham Lincoln?
3 minutes of Black empowerment. Subscribe now.
Fuck nigga, that's why. Alright, so everybody getting their wake up call. All these goddamn cheddars is getting their wake up calls. So I'm loving your third chain.
It's all happening all at once, and that's the way the universe is gonna let the cookies crumble. That's what it gets. But the beautiful thing about this Trump thing is that we knew he was gonna let it all bust open. It was gonna expose itself. Every little thing was like it's almost like, a grody ass wound that's so infected. You know what I mean? They just keep popping up. You get like one little wound that's tunneling all the way through your leg. Then you get another little wound on the other side of your leg going, just tunneling through. And nothing but infection and necrotic, shit is going on in there. As right now, because I had like 7 of them, right? So I think about it like this. Everything that's happening right now with everybody, like the motherfucking Mexicans and they bullshit, immigration and it's shit, palliative, that's bullshit. Motherfucking Trump trying to have wars in 3 different places but can't solve the great shit. Man, and then turning on American citizens, or at least who's perpetrating this some in the United States. It's crazy, right?
I thought we was next, Lady Shay.
No, of course not. Of course not. And the reason I said that, how many times did you ever say, our wiggle out is too tight?
Yeah.
They'll know as soon as we start talking that we ain't no motherfucking immigrants.
Right.
They can't confuse our accents.
They're coming for you next.
You know what I mean? We're on the time
you
clock.
FBAs are next.
Yeah. They're going to deport us. They're going to shift us around from.
They're going to deport me to South Carolina.
Yeah, I'm going right back to East LA. I'll just be right back on the bus. Like, there's no borders cutting off the bus.
They're going to deport me to Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah.
Mr. Parrish, you got to go back to South Carolina.
Right. And I'm like, shit, can I just pick a place? Can I just transfer myself back down to Texas or Florida? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? But they really can't do anything to us except lock us up, kidnap us, ghost us. The usual fanfare that they do to black people when they want to get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I suggest that we don't listen to Don Lemonade.
Yeah, the hell with Don Lemonade.
He gonna get us killed and shit because he's stupid. I would suggest that we keep doing whatever we're doing without talking about it on this motherfucking on these jacks because they're listening and shit. That's the game of Palantir. you were paying attention today, earlier in the RBA, kind of went over it twice. Before the internet kind of shut down on me. Um, I'm saying though, the other thing really is it's like I treat the exposure of the Democrats, the fact that they're not really pandering to us, but they're really like talking shit, but not really talking shit. Have y'all noticed that old Jasmine Crockpot is not really at work? She over there doing MSNBC and fucking sitting on panels, just working.
The hell with Jasmine Crockett shit.
Right? Like, that's gonna be a job. She's the next Joy Reid. You think?
She's gonna be without a job like Joyless Reed.
Yeah. Nobody's really mentioning that. They're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, which is cool. It's whatever.
Yeah, she's gonna run for governor of Georgia.
However, they're not talking about old Crockpot sitting on all these panels acting like a political consultant versus a politician.
Well, that's usually what they end up doing.
That's the sign right before it happens, right?
Yep.
So just look at that. So she could take her loud ass over there. That's not gonna last long, family. Don't worry about that. She'll be without a job within 6 months because motherfuckers that watch those type of platforms and don't really feel there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that Democrats are been done, but they're not trying to make any amends. They're not trying to do anything that's black people,
First.
They ain't learned a motherfucking lesson at all.
No, they're gonna have to lose at least 2 more election cycles.
And with the Republicans, they never really pandered to us. They don't really, they're not like looking at us and really, if they are looking at us, it's just to tell us about some buddy issues. But they're not looking at us like they don't come to, ask for the vote in the black community.
No.
Not even a little bit. So I think right there, that's just the normal shit that they're doing. What's really interesting is how Trump is, kind of like testing the rage waters. You dig? About who he can fight with and who can't, what they bombing, what they're not bombing. You dig? Which is kind of ultimately going to end up biting into that. But real shit's happening. Like what they said, Spock said, homeless camps and shit coming up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're building stuff. They don't want the help. And, oops. You think about it. Motherfuckers are dying and shit more often. Shit is really happening. All kinds of different levels. So,
and Cobra was all about fighting for reparations.
Stay out the way and off the jack. Like, that's real. Like, it's bad enough your phone. You can't even look at shit because next thing you know, all these ads will be looking at stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I was looking at a wagon, 50 million motherfucking wagons. Clear? I'm not even looking at it. Think about it like that. Go ahead.
Yep. So we try to warn y'all, but no.
Oh, and the most important thing, we need to get back to basics on our growing of food.
Yes.
And water.
Well, this time of year is kind of difficult, but
yeah, but think about it like that. Like instead of making, maybe we should make it like figure out a way to do things indoors.
Yeah, like Sister B does.
Tomatoes and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Figure out how to do it indoors. Like if you see the silo and shit like that.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, because that could be real for real. We'll be able to cultivate real animals and not. I'm starting to wonder why. Tomato don't taste like a tomato.
Yeah.
Cucumbers ain't cucumbers.
Nothing is what it used to be.
You dig? So, and water is really, we would do that class, remember? Big motherfucking difference. And you learn something. So, yeah. That's what I would think. I would think just for our own sake. And I suggest everybody watch TVA tonight's version.
Yes.
That's the homework.
We paid homage to Viola Fletcher.
No, and he gave us the homework.
Yeah. All right. So moving on to the next topic, is Pan-Africanism a threat? So Tariq's gonna give us an update on that. If you ask me, I say no. It's not a threat.
I have my own opinions about it.
That's not. So when is the cutoff? Sounds petty. You sound petty.
How does that sound fetish? American, man. 100%. 100% Black American.
Now let's get on camera with it then, sir.
I'm 100% Black American. Hold on. 100%, fam. That's me.
Okay, there you go, Uncle.
Right.
I can't see you, brother. You got your hairline covered up. Why'd you cover your hairline up?
Wow, I need a haircut. I mean, what people know what I look like. I got videos and everything, you know, but I wanted to ask you, why is Sarasun Seti, what's the other brother? Professor James Smalls and different people delineating from this whole FBA thing, brother?
Yeah, what's the
Tazariot.
Yeah. What's the FBA thing?
So the FBA, the Foundational Black American Movement.
How can you delineate from your lineage?
So FBA is a term that all of us haven't collectively agreed on, right? You know what I'm saying?
You don't have to.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. The term itself is connected. Like, I understand. Look, let me say something. It's a lot of
you trying to frame a narrative. It sounds petty. You sound petty.
How does that sound fetish, Tariq? We didn't agree. Look,
you're trying to work a narrative into some talking points, sir. That's what we just talked about, that Fed talk. You're trying to work a narrative. You're trying to four-wall a lineage. You know, at this point, listen, Leroy, you know at this point, nobody's naive at this point to know that Foundational Black American is a lineage. Nobody's done at this point. Anybody else at this point saying anything other than that, you're trying to reframe it, that's Fed talk.
How is that Fed? This is let me tell you the reason why a lot of people.
But it's Fed talk because it's powerful right now. What we're doing, looking at our lineage, is powerful.
I was with it at the beginning. Tariq, until it started being you bullying Africans and Black Caribbeans every single day. This ain't one day that you're doing this, fam.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't quit your lineage because you don't like what somebody said. It don't work like that.
So what about our lineage being African American?
Yeah,
and it's on paper.
Elon Musk is African American.
His family is from London, Tariq.
He's from South Africa. He said it. He's African.
He would be a South African citizen. He wouldn't be an African citizen.
No, he's African American.
But he's not a continental African. He lives
I'm not a continental African. So why would I call myself African American?
Yeah, but you're Aboriginal to Africa. That's the difference. He's not. He's Aboriginal to Europe.
Everybody's Aboriginal to Africa. But
yeah, 30, 40,000 years ago. We just came within 200 years.
So yeah, when does it stop? Because the Fijians, they have an African origin, but they're Aboriginal to Fiji. They had an ethnogenesis, sir.
20,000 years ago, Tariq. That's not.
So when is the cutoff?
So we came within the last, basically, majority of us came in the last 200 years.
Yeah,
so we look at the census records.
We don't have direct ties. What do you mean? We don't have no direct ties to Africa.
A lot of us did our genealogy and found the African slave that was in our family. Tariq.
What are you talking about?
That's what we did in my family.
What African slave was in your family?
Ibn Ibrahim Sudi. He was a Fulani slave that came in the 1700s.
That tether who tried to do that. Yeah. You tried to do a backdoor. Oh yeah, you were the one who tried to do that backdoor shit. Yeah. You're a foreigner, sir. Yeah.
No, I'm not a foreigner. Hold on, no.
You tried to backdoor. You did a 23andMe test. Yeah, and found that you had the same DNA, not the same lineage on paper, but the same shared DNA with this guy. Yeah, that's backdoor tether talk, sir.
Yeah, but Tariq.
That's why this delineation is threatening to you. Yeah, you can make up all that shit. Well, y'all had said something about African that I didn't like, so I don't want to be FBA no more. That's tether talk.
We're Pan-African. We're Pan-African, Tariq.
Yeah, that's an ideology. Ain't got nothing to do with lineage, sir.
Yes, and you know who targeted the Pan-Africans throughout the years? The FBI and the CIA. FBI did it here in Philadelphia. They targeted groups like was the Republic of New Africa. We know they targeted Marcus Garvey. We know the feds did that. So who are you really working with. If you calling us feds.
Move was over here. Move wasn't doing shit in Africa.
Yeah, but it was still associated. Matter of fact, the group recently.
Move was an organization over here. None of these people are in Africa, sir. The Pan-African movements are funded by the damn CIA. They're non-threatening. They don't.
Who funded what? What movement was funded by the CIA, TARIQ?
A lot of CIA Pan-African movements. A lot of them from the damn 1960s. They were putting out Pan-African newspapers that was funded by the FBI and the CIA because it's symbolism. It doesn't move power.
It doesn't make sense for the CIA. If we're getting minerals from Africa, it does not make sense for the CIA to fund something for us to go over there and disrupt them, get minerals and different things in Africa, or us going back over there. They would rather have us over here being patriots like you doing.
Really?
Yes, you're a patriot. You're non-threatening. You're a patriot, TARIQ.
Us trying to get reparations is non-threatening.
And Cobra tried to do that for the longest. You talk against them.
And Cobra said we don't need no money.
I don't know when Cobra said this, because all the people I know in Cobra was fighting for it.
And man, you gonna sit here and lie, family. Do y'all hear this fool? Y'all know what Cobra talks about. See, this is what I'm saying. Y'all get up here lying, family. Y'all know what Cobra be talking about. They're talking about, they're the main ones talking about we don't need no money. We want to repatriate back to the motherland.
And Cobra was all about fighting for reparations, TARIQ.
What? They what?
They were all about fighting for reparations. When I was going to their meetings back in 2006 and 2007, when all these brothers was around, they were about fighting for reparations.
In the form of repatriating, not getting any tangibles. They were talking about no money. They're the main ones talking about no money. Come on, we don't need no money. It ain't in the form of a check. That's why we ain't got nothing. They've been around for the longest. Why you think we ain't got nothing?
And because the CIA and the FBI and all that they thwarted those movements. This is what happens. We know what happened with these groups. We seen it with SNCC. We seen it with FB.
What?
A lot of these movements that was fighting for reparations, fighting for different things. We seen that with the Black Panthers.
And Cobra is all clicked in with the Democrats, sir. They're funded by the damn Democrats. They're clicked in with them. That's why they've been around. They're non-threatening. They're funding these people. You can show where their funding comes from. What are you talking about?
Have you reached out to any Cobra people?
They've come to some of my lectures before. I did a lecture in Boston. Some people from Cobra came up there and gave me some of their documents. I did a live reading what their wants were. It was like, well, it ain't the form of a check. I said, okay, this ain't the reparations. This is some bullshit. Anything that's not a check ain't reparations, sir. We're talking about tangibles, transferring of wealth and power. CIA of FBI gonna fund that. They'll fund the motherfucker talking about we need to go back to Africa and to the motherland and get some shea butter. They'll fund that. They'll fund you talking about I'm a Pan-African. They'll fund that. You ain't talking about nothing.
Yeah, the Pan-African has always been a thorn in their side, and we can go to the FBI website right now.
How has it been a thorn? How?
Go to the FBI website. Look, all you got to do is follow. Look, this is what I say, TARIQ. Follow the bullets and follow who's been locked up.
How has it been a threat, sir? How has Pan-Africanism been a threat to the FBI? They fund that.
Americans repatriate when they were trying to repatriate back to Africa. That was a threat.
No, it wasn't.
TARIQ.
Who?
Well, why would J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI fund to get all this funding together just to blackmail Marcus Garvey?
Marcus Garvey was finessing low key. And
finessing the system?
And his own people were throwing him under the bus. And our leadership was rejecting Marcus Garvey because he was working with some white supremacists to try to get an involuntary repatriation to some damn Liberia type country over there. So a lot of the leadership over here wasn't rocking with Marcus Garvey.
Well, the word is some of them was working with the FBI. And we know that the FBI have turned a lot of...
And John Henry Clark said it was his fellow Caribbeans doing that. That's why when he went back over there to the Caribbean, they weren't really rocking with him. So he left and went to Britain. So let's get off that. Yeah, that's not what Pan-Africanism is a threat.
So you telling me that
no, you tell
FBI
me. No. You tell me what Pan-Africanism is a threat.
So we get natural resources over there in Africa, especially places like the Congo.
Right.
If you have a revolutionary mindset and you're going taking that over there and having uprisings and all that, that derails a lot of the companies and different people that go get those resources to bring it back over here.
What up?
Your money, the reparation money ain't gonna mean shit.
What
nothing.
Uprising? So you just talking. This is what it's fair talk. They just saying shit. What uprisings are Pan-Africans having in Africa?
I'm saying if that happens, that becomes a threat. The world depends on Africa.
What uprisings are happening in Africa with Pan?
I said it would cause if we went over there and caused problems and uprisings and America.
So what? So they're threatened by some non-existent uprising in another country.
They want to prevent that. This is the reason they targeted Black organizations in the first place. That's why they targeted Black organizations.
They want to prevent a non-existent uprising from Pan-African groups.
No, they want to stop people from going over there and causing uprisings and political uprisings and different things with a certain revolutionary ideology and whatnot, because America depends on the natural resources.
There are political uprisings over there with the natives now. What the hell are you talking about? It's so
Ibrahim Touré is one of them.
Yeah, so not just him. There's all types of civil wars and conflicts and uprisings over there now. How's that?
And who are they funded by, TARIQ? Who are they funded by? We got China, we got Russia, we got America. We got corporations. We know what they.
Where's the Pan-African threat then?
You say where's the Pan-African threat? They don't want the Pan-African threat.
There's already instability and uprising. So what's the Pan-African threat? What are you talking
about?
So
look at Trump. Look at Trump now. Look at Trump now trying to go over there. Nigeria's an OPEC country. All the OPEC countries in Africa that we depend on the oil, they're having uprisings over there now, or America's trying to invade them or some other country. You don't see the pattern?
You're just saying random shit. You haven't tied none of that into
No, I'm giving you an example of how.
You haven't tied that into Pan-Africanism. You plebiscite battling. Where's the Pan-Africanism and all that?
Pan-Africanism is Pan-African unity and not dealing with European powers and colonial powers and corporations.
Unity and they're not unified there. How come they're not unified there? What Pan-African unity? They're not unified there. So what are you talking about?
Because different groups like the Mossad, the KGB, other corporations, they go fund these guerrilla units, they fund these politicians, and they cause issues.
So we know
this
instability and uprising.
They pay.
Miss me with all that with the black on black crime too. That's tether talk.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about with leaders and stuff being funded.
That's tether talk, sir. We not wiping out 20,000 people in one swoop. We ain't doing shit like that. So stop it.
We don't got the power to. We ain't got no armies over here.
We don't have the desire to, sir. We don't want to.
How are you going to?
We don't have the desire to do that
because we're second-class citizens, TARIQ. We don't have the power. I'm not saying we're going to do that.
We don't have the.
But we don't have the power to do things like that.
We don't have the desire to do that, sir. There's third world citizens over there who's doing it to each other because they got the desire to do so, sir. Yeah. What are we Pan-African?
That stuff.
How?
That's what Pan-African. What Ibrahim Touré is doing. That is Pan-African.
To hang your hat on him. What he's trying, it's always what somebody's trying to do. We finna do, we gon' do, we hope to do. Y'all been saying that shit for the last 100 and something years, dude. People are tired of it.
Look, I'm just saying it's easy to be a.
That's why it's not a threat, sir. That's why Pan-Africanism is not a threat. What you saying is not a threat because it's all about one day we gonna do this, we starting to do that. Hopefully, maybe soon, in my best estimation, it's all about pie in the sky. Yeah. Oh, hop on, man.
So what's progressive is having circular arguments with other Black people about how they trying to infiltrate whatever stuff is going on or whatnot, instead of having these talks with the oppressor, the people that owe us the money and all that. You want to keep doing that with other oppressed people.
You plebiscite babbling, brother.
That's you have a circular arguments, TARIQ.
Yeah, you have no
with
argument.
Other people that are oppressed.
You have no argument.
You know, that's why Fox News, and all these people are supporting the FBA movement. You're a non-threat.
What you mean, Fox? You're saying
that's why
it's fair talk.
I can play the clip. I can play the clip of Ann Coulter supporting you on there.
What you mean supporting us? Supporting us how?
Yeah, supporting the FBA.
What you mean supporting the FBA? Just acknowledging
they use y'all to sway the vote for Trump to win.
Yeah. Acknowledging our lineage is just acknowledging our lineage, sir. We are a lineage. We're a real thing. So what you mean they support, sir? And it's
I'm not a fan. I knew people that were Panthers and everything. I'm not a fan, and I'm not scared to say that on here. You know what I'm saying?
You're talking Fed talk.
The FBA movement is a fair movement.
How so?
That's a fair movement.
What's the objective?
What's the objective? You're swaying people from who they are. You saying a bunch of stuff with the pretendianism.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? You're a patriot.
Okay,
you're a patriot. And that's why it was easy for them to sway y'all and Trump to win.
What's the objective? What's the Fed objective with Foundational Black America?
To keep you in a circular argument. You're not, and you're not going to get You're going to keep it being in a circular argument with other oppressed people. They want to divide you from other black people.
So the objective is to not get reparations. That don't make sense.
No, the objective is to argue with other black people and cause disruption within Pan-Africanism.
So the objective is to argue with tethers?
Yeah, y'all do it every day. Every FBA live that come on TikTok, they arguing with other people, other black people.
Okay, so that means the tethers are funded by the FBI because that's what they do. They sit around and calling us cicadas for the longest.
I don't agree with them either. I don't agree with no raccoons calling that. I've been called a Akata. Yeah, I've been called a Akata.
Right, and you're a tether, but yeah.
No, I'm not a tether. I'm Black American.
Yeah, if we say, hey, we don't want to be called Akatas and we don't want these people beating up our women in nail shops and hair salons, we're funded by the FBI, but they ain't. We don't want y'all to bring the same tribal shit that y'all had back home to us.
That's not what it is. It's the constant, it's the different multiple pages that's promoting xenophobia and hate amongst black people. I'm black first. At the end of the day, even though I will be considered
You mean the xenophobia like over there with all them damn tribes? Y'all the one with the tribes over in your homeland, sir. That's xenophobic. Y'all beat each other upside the head based on your damn tribes, and you got tribes littered all over the place. You mean that?
That's a part of it. Look, that is a part of it. All's going on, you doing that, and you're not going at the Chinese people and anybody that's going over there. You letting them beat you and stuff like that. I look at that as soft. I look at that as trash, and you focus your anger on the wrong thing.
So
I don't like
tribalism.
That.
So you got excuses for their tribalism and xenophobia.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you are kind of making excuses, and you talking.
I don't.
And you can't.
And I think that's where maybe your anger is. And you like, look,
I'm not
y'all over here.
I ain't angry at nobody. I'm at home. I'm not a generic African. I don't have to pretend to be something that I'm not. I'm a foundational Black American. My lineage goes to the beginning of this country, sir, with paperwork. I ain't got no immigrants in my family, sir.
Yeah, back in the 1700s you did. Well, they were forced over here. But you know what I'm saying? We built the country.
That's not an immigrant, sir. All right. Thank you, sir. This student, that's tether babble. That's damn tether babble. Hey, you can't say no. We're funded by some FBI motive to be arguing. That don't make no damn sense. That don't make no damn sense. I don't like this thing where we're supposed to let people abuse us and we ain't supposed to say nothing. Over here and denigrate foundational Black Americans, and we're supposed to take the high road. We ain't never supposed to say nothing. And if we say something, because listen, when we clap back at these people, it's reactionary. We're reacting to these people. We ain't just waking up attacking no damn. We're reacting to the damn disrespect, to the hatred, to the vitriol, to the undermining. We're reacting to these people. We're saying, hey, y'all not just gonna keep doing this shit. Well, y'all xenophobic. No. Y'all can't be all xenophobic. Now we got y'all unity. y'all the white, who paying y'all? Is the white man paying y'all to hate on these African brothers? Now, every time we point out what they do to us, notice all the excuses they have. All the Pan-Africans got every excuse under the damn sun when we point out what they do to us. Notice how they frame it when we point out how continental Africans and Caribbeans, all these people shit on us. Oh, you gotta let them slide because it was colonization that did this to their little minds. So you can't really hold them accountable. Well, I know they say these bad things, but you got to understand the propaganda that the white man media be doing to them. No, I mean, you know, they say stuff, doing stuff, but you got to understand when they immigrate here, the white man be showing them a movie about Black Americans. So we just got to cut them some slack. Fuck all that. Damn all that. They always got these damn excuses as to why they do little raggedy shit to us, and we ain't supposed to say nothing. Those days are over, ladies and gentlemen. Those days are over. We ain't making excuses for all the white man to trick them. You got to understand. We got to hug on them and love on them and show them how good I ain't showing a tether shit. I ain't showing nobody nothing. The disrespect is going to stop. That's what it is. We had enough, man. We had enough. People got tired of being finessed, scammed, lied to, abused, verbally accosted. We just got tired. Enough is enough. After we've helped everybody, see, we sat up and let bullshit go on for way too long, ladies and gentlemen. We let stuff go on way too long. So now if we say, hey, we don't want to be abused, or what is y'all, the CIA? Those shaming tactics don't work. Those shaming tactics don't work. We ain't with it. We ain't doing that old Pan-African babble, all the old Sambos with that. You up out of here. Ain't nobody rocking with Cobra. See how this fool tried to lie about Cobra? We all know what Cobra's get down is. Cobra's funded by the damn Democrats. Cobra's been around. Cobra ain't moved nan needle. Family, since we've delineated, well, we got the laws passed, we got the paperwork out here in California where there's delineation language. We're moving the damn needle on the grassroots out here in a short period of time. Yeah, we ain't lingering around trying to get a check from some damn party so we can be infiltrated. No, it's lineage based. Everything is based around lineage. Ain't no organization, ain't no leader, and that's why things are getting done. People are just getting on code around lineage. Yeah? In a very short period of time. The reparations movement, it never had this kind of track because we started doing paperwork checks. We started to get the people out the paint who was getting in front of it, trying to sabotage it, and it was tethers. Let's be real. The reason why we're getting traction now, because we got a lot of the tethers out the damn paint. These people who didn't want us to get nothing, so they sat up here sabotaging us. You understand? Let's be real. Who is this? Okay. Somebody with a troll account. Okay. All right. So, family, it's a new day out here. It is a brand new day out here, and we're just not going to go for any disrespect. We're focusing on lineage. We're staying on lineage business. We're taking care of home. Shout out to the great elder Dr. Claude Anderson. That was one of the main people who's been on this time all along. Claude Anderson has been telling us all along, because Claude Anderson went on that Pan-African thing. He was like, man, we ain't about to get nothing out of Africa. We're exceptional here. This is our lineage here. We're native Black Americans. Man, we better get everything we need to get right here. This is our homeland right here. He said, we ain't about to get nothing out of no damn Africa. Claude Anderson knew. And he said, hey, this immigration thing, we shouldn't be supporting that. Claude Anderson told us this 30, 40 damn years ago. Claude Anderson was on the damn money, dude. Let's be real. Everything we talking about now, Claude Anderson been trying to warn us about this a long time ago. He's like, all these immigrants that y'all caping for, nigga, that's backfiring on you. That's going to backfire. They're not coming over here to build with us. Go back and listen to old Claude Anderson stuff back in the 90s. He's been telling us this. He told us, hey, man, they are not coming over here to build with you. They're coming over here to undermine you, replace you. You're gonna be a fourth-class citizen, thinking that this immigration thing is for you. It ain't. They're using you as a mule to fuel it, but don't let them fool you with this immigration. See, that's where all that Pan-African talk comes. That's why they fund that, because the Pan-African talk is for us to say, hey, let's have all our black and brown brothers come over. We all join and be unified together. That's the trick bag. That's why they fund Pan-Africanism, because the trick is to have us co-sign these people come over here while we thinking it's going to be kumbaya. They come over here, won't pick us up in a cab. That's the reality. We got to be real. We've been sitting up here with this kumbaya shit forever. How's that working, family? Let's just look at the results. When these folks come over here, how that shit working for you? Black American, how's it working? Just show me the results. Yeah, Brother Claude Anderson knew, because he was an economist. He understood patterns, and he understood political patterns, so he knew. That brother knew. Let's be real. How's it working for you? How's that unity working? You go to your job, let there be a Nigerian supervisor on that job. Guess what's going to happen in 3 months? That whole department is going to be Nigerian. Where's the unity on that? Where's the Pan-Africanism on that? Come on, y'all. At your job, all you people in here, thousands of people in here now, you know at your job, there's a whole bunch of one ethnic group at your job. If you work at a hospital somewhere, I guarantee there's about 10 Filipinos on your floor. You work at another job, there's going to be 10 Nigerians working in there. You work at another job, there's going to be 10 Jamaicans working in there. Why? Because they're going to prioritize their own people. When they get their foot in the door, they're going to prioritize their people. That's the reality. Let's stop playing with that. Yeah, we got to be real. I'm a realist. That's the kind of stuff that's funded by the CIA, them replacing you. Because let me tell you something. The alphabet boys and the intelligence agencies and these political parties, they don't mind these immigrants coming over, because number one, these immigrants are going to work for much lower wages, so that's going to save that stuff. Number two, they're not going to be a political or a societal threat. They're not going to challenge white supremacy, because they're going to be threatened with deportation. So they're not going to challenge these white supremacists. They'll have them come over all day. They ain't no damn threat. These people are not no threat whatsoever. Pan-Africanism ain't no damn threat. That's the damn threat. It's, hey, we need our land. We need some crime bills. We need these political parties to break bread, transfer a damn wealth, give us our damn money. That is the threat, ladies and gentlemen. That's why these people crash out on us all the time. These people ain't making thousands of anti-foundational Black American spaces if this delineation movement was not it. That's the threat. Yeah. Man. That's the threat, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah? So your job is loaded with Haitians. Absolutely. Y'all know at your job, there's going to be some ethnic group. There's going to be about 10, 15 of them. And you know it. Let's stop playing. Why? We sit up here talking about unity. We all in this together. They get their ass over here. It's like, damn, all that. My people are going to be prioritized. They're going to prioritize their own ethnic group. And we need to do the same. And we are not divisive or xenophobic for doing that. It's not our job to sit up here and let people parasite off our asses. at all. It is not our job for that, ladies and gentlemen. Who are these people? Hold on, let me get here. Who are these people? Oh, this dude's in bed. What's up, man?
Fine, you bro?
You all right, man? Okay. Okay, I don't want to hear that music, none of that shit. Okay, he laying in the damn bunk bed. I don't want to see that. Okay. He's pretending to be a baby. I'm a baby. I'm a baby. I just have a beard. I'm a bearded baby. I'm a bearded baby. He laying up in a crib. Damn. He's pretending to be a baby with a beard. Get the hell out of here. Man. But yeah, man, listen, man. Family, the delineation movement is the wave right now. That's what it is. Delineation is on the menu. This is the new norm, man. We are not going to let these alphabet folks remix and revamp our lineage. It ain't working. These discrediting tactics ain't working. It's above me. You understand? These folks can't sit up here and try to create a fake leader of a non-organization. No. Foundational Black American is a lineage. Nothing more, nothing less. And you can't remix that. And that's why the movement of delineation is so powerful right now, ladies and gentlemen. And we're getting spiritual reinforcement because it's exposing a lot of stuff. It's exposing a lot of these outdated Pan-Africans out for themselves. It's a whole different day. It's a different vibe, and I love it. You understand? Unfortunately, some of these folks, your Elmina Castle tours, they're going to kind of dry up. I'm sorry. That's just what it is. But yeah, our lineage being empowered is more important than you going on an Elmina Castle tour and making a couple of Negro pennies off your tours. It's a whole different day. Yeah. Thank y'all for the gifts, man. Respect to the family for the gifts. Yeah. But this is the new norm, ladies and gentlemen. Your SB 515. Respect. Yeah, my wife is in there washing dishes. Respect to the family, man. Respect to the family. Let me get up out of here. Yeah, doing those tours. Yeah, those tours are drying up because we standing on lineage business. Look, I've never had a desire to go to Elmina Castle, by the way. I ain't never had no desire to go there. Yeah, doing the Woman King tour. Yeah, we got a great lineage here. We go on tours here. You understand? We go on some damn tours here. Our lineage here is great. Go to the Great Dismal Swamp, do a tour. Go to some of these cities that we helped build. Go down to Louisiana. Go down to South Carolina. Go from. Beautiful down there. We got a great history, ladies and gentlemen. St. Augustine in Florida, real talk. All right, go to D.C. All right. Nolia Princess, respect to you. All right. Man. But yes, a new day, man. That's a great thing. Yes, indeed, man. You got manufactured. Yeah, man, listen, we got a great history right here on this land. See, that's the threat, man, because now we're taking ownership of this land. We're not, that Pan-African shit is to make us foreigners on our own land. That Pan-African shit is to make us feel like, yeah, we just lost Africans. Dude, this is our home right here. We done cultivated everything culturally, economically. This is our joint right here. That's the threat. When we start claiming ownership, that's power. They'll give us a blank check to sit up here and yell about Wakanda. That's not a threat. This fool up here earlier, now they could go up there to Africa and start having some uprisings. Against what? Who? Each other? They're already doing it against each other. They rising up against each other. Yeah. So yeah, they'll fund a Pan-African group to go over there to get finessed. Yeah, that's what when black folks go over there, you go over there and get your ass finessed. We hear horror stories, folks going over there. Well, let me go to the motherland. They got finesses waiting on your ass over there. That one sister called up and told us the real deal. How they got to own half your business if you own a... Man, I wish the hell I would. Hell, fuck out of here. Yeah, they want you to go over there for that. You're going to get no empowerment going over there. Let's be real. You ain't about to get empowered going over there. That's why you think niggas are hopping on inner tubes coming over here. Why you think they doing that? They're not empowered over there. I'm not even trying to crap on them, but we're going to stop all of this lying and finessing and just saying shit that don't make sense. We're going to say stuff that makes sense. Yeah? We're going to say stuff that makes sense. I'm not trying to... There's some beautiful people over there, very nice people. You say you've been to the motherland. There's some great people over there, but yeah, things, and this is kind of down bad in many spots. You ain't got it popping over there. There's some beautiful people over there. I met some very nice folks, but yeah, it ain't popping. It ain't popping for you to go set up shop over there. Is it? Huh? Umar said he can't find the keys to his school. Y'all leave Umar alone, Lord. Y'all leave Umar alone. And yeah, I don't want people using our momentum to latch on and finesse. Just like when we start getting some momentum with reparations, that's us. This reparations talk globally that we're on, that's us, the Black grassroots. Now that we got some momentum with the reparations talk, we got it in the national lexicon. We're forcing politicians to acknowledge it. So now it's in the international lexicon. So the African Union tried to do that 6th region bullshit that I didn't like. Yeah. The 6th region is the Black Americans. So we should get reparations sent to us in Africa so we can disperse it however we want to our brothers around the world. Like, hell no. Oh, Lord, no. No. Hell no. We ain't doing that now. Oh, all that backdoor shit. No, we ain't doing that. No. We ain't doing that. Yeah, that N-Cobra and all the people, they want the funds to go to Africa. If y'all don't get the hell out of here with N-Cobra, and man, they talk, man, I've seen some of the documents from these people. They gave me some of the documents. It's like, well, reparations don't necessarily mean a check. Yeah. I don't need to read nothing else right there. Well, we need to repatriate. They need to help us repatriate back to the motherland because we lost Africa. Man, get the hell out of here. Yeah, that's why these folks are so clicked in with the Democrats. They're clicked in with the establishment. The establishment, ladies and gentlemen. That's who's getting funded. They've always funded these Pan-African groups, man. These people ain't no threat to nothing. What are you a threat to? Come on, man. All right. Somebody said Africa's a white supremacist amusement park. Yeah, dude. Man, let's stop all that. When white people show up there, they get to throwing them flip-flops on and doing the damn Dougie and dancing and doing the, man, they ain't nobody fighting no white supremacy over there. And they keep talking about Ibrahim Traore. All right, they talking about him, and I hope he does some good things, but he got clicked in with Russia. So, yeah, no, I wish the best for him. I hope he does his thing over there. But yeah, he's clicked in with Russia. So, you know, you take that for what it is. Yeah. So yeah, so you clicked in with Russia, so we're gonna see how that goes. Man. Yeah, I take my hat off to him. He's doing the best he can. Yeah. But yeah, you knock yourself out. My thing is, okay, y'all got Ibrahim Traore, get your ass over there and go over there with him then. Why y'all need us? My thing is, okay, why y'all need us to co-sign any of this stuff? See, that's the thing. Y'all got a gazillion people over there, all over Africa, but everything is all about us co-signing. Why we got to get on board with it? Huh? Why does Foundational Black Americans have to get on board with it? Why don't you just do your thing? You already over there. Yeah? You're already over there. Knock yourself out. What's up? Somebody said something about Elijah Muhammad. Well, hold on. Iron, hold on. Iron Sheik. What's up, Iron Sheik? He said, I'm trying to read your comments, brother. Go ahead, Iron Sheik.
Peace. Take my hat off to you for all of you done, man, and your colors from the very beginning to now. Everything you're doing, G. I salute you, brother. Word.
Yes, I respect that, brother. Respect.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My question to you, brother, because I caught a piece of your interview, and you was building on how Elijah Muhammad, his contributions as being a foundation Black American in this country, and how he cleaned up a lot of the brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? I just caught a piece of it.
Oh yeah. And I get on that. Thank you for the call, brother. Yeah, Elijah Muhammad, man, was a rider. Elijah Muhammad, he knew what needed to be done. First of all, he's a foundational Black American. Elijah Muhammad was not a Pan-African at all. He knew that there was something special about our lineage here, over here in the Western Hemisphere. He knew. He was like, yeah, we are very unique and special people. We're going to lead the way over here. It's the Black people over here. He didn't really give props to Africa. That's why he called us Asiatic. He was like, yeah, we're the Asiatic Black man. You understand? So he knew something. Elijah Muhammad was on something. He was on to something. He knew. Also, he knew the importance. Like, if we're gonna get everything cleaned up, we can do Islam, and let's practice Islam in the purest form, not like how the Arabs practice it. They practice it under the visor of white supremacy. The Nation of Islam under Elijah Muhammad practices Islam in the pure form. That's why the brothers are upright. That's why the brothers are very honorable. They practice it like it's supposed to be practiced. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad understood also the importance of getting your diet together. He said, if we're going to have a nation starts with what the hell you eat. That's why you're going to have to eat to live. So he gave people a diet plan on how to eat, not just a diet, but just how to eat in general. The one meal a day, which people were saying that was crazy at the time. But now they do this shit all the time. Now the keto diet, all that stuff is based on the damn Elijah Muhammad. You understand? He knew what he was doing. He knew that the one meal a day, and then you fast and all that. He knew that, that replenishes your cells, that eats up all the dead cells and all the harmful cells, and it replenishes your body. He knew that. Then he came up with the bean pie. There was no bean pie before Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad created the bean pie. He knew that navy bean had all types of nutrients in it. So he was on it. Elijah Muhammad knew. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, man, because he stood on business, he knew how to get the food and the diet right, the education right. You have to think for yourself and not use the Europeans' education model. You have to do your own research. So he had a hotshot research team. He knew how to organize the right educational people, like with Malcolm. He built up Malcolm and all that, and other people. He understood that. He understood economics. He understood business, had businesses all around the country, taught entrepreneurship, all that stuff. To do for self. He put the model. That was the model. And that's why so many other movements were born out of Elijah Muhammad. The 5%ers from Clarence 13X, which by extension hip hop, because hip hop was very closely aligned with the 5%ers. Do we have some of the 5%ers from New York in here, Iron Sheik? Because you kind of gave me a vibe like you're a 5%er. You sounded like a 5%er, Iron Sheik. You gave me 5% of vibes. I can kind of feel your vibe. It gave me 5% of vibes. Yeah. Excuse me. You see? Yeah, you are. I can tell. But just by the way you greeted me, just coming in with respect. You understand? It's all about you come in and you show respect. You come in with respect. That was the thing that Elijah Muhammad taught, and then Brother Clarence 13X taught by extension. You come in and show respect. You come in with respect. You ain't gonna be with the bullshit though, but you come in with respect. Let me tell you something. Another thing about the nation, they knew how to come in the door with respect, but they weren't nothing to fuck with though. You understand? You knew not to cross them. They let you know gently, yeah, I got this suit and tie on, and I'm saying, yes, my brother, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. If you try something funny, this shit is gonna go somewhere else. And I'm telling you, because I keep FOIs with me when I tour, they don't bullshit around at all. You walk in one of my joints with them, they'll frisk you and you don't even know you got frisked. You know what I'm saying? That's why you think in the 60s, and they were really big and powerful in the 60s and 70s, when Elijah was around, they weren't nothing to play with. Family, when Muhammad Ali was with the nation, there's a reason why the mafia never messed with Ali. You understand? At the time when Ali was boxing was controlled by the mafia. The mafia would go up to boxers, especially black ones, and say, hey, look, we got a bet on this white boxer here. We got $1 million bet on him. We're going to need you to take a dive. And if you don't, your legs going to get broke. Yeah, they would come at black boxers like that. I think somebody said they tried to come at Ali like that, and boy, word got back to Elijah Muhammad. They were like, man, try it. You try to put a finger on Ali and watch what happened. Yeah? Yeah, they knew not to mess with Ali. He was clicked in with Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad's out, and with the 5%ers, too. That's another thing. You know that fighting style out of New York, 52 blocks, that came from the 5%ers. There was a fighting style called the jailhouse rock. They were getting it in jail. They were learning how to do it in jail. They were fucking niggas up with that 52 blocks. We're my old school New Yorkers. Y'all know about the 52. Y'all know about where my New Yorkers. Y'all know about them 52 blocks. That's a fighting style out of New York where they will fuck you up with their elbows. They teach you how to fight in closed spaces, but it's vicious because it's a vicious style. My dude Zab Zuda did some 52 block moves against Floyd Mayweather in one of their fights one time. Yeah, back in the day, he fought Floyd Mayweather, and Zab was kind of losing, so he went into some 52 blocks, and Floyd got a little confused for a quick minute. Floyd's like, what the hell? Floyd was like, what the hell is he doing? Y'all go look up that footage. Yeah. Is Zab from Brooklyn? Ain't Zab from Brooklyn, guys? Where my New Yorkers? Yeah. I think ain't Zab Zuda from Brooklyn? Yeah. So yeah, that they were putting them things on folks with them 52 blocks, man. So yeah, that came out of the 5%ers. That was the thing that came out of the 5%ers. Yeah. But I'm trying to see why they called it, because I heard different variations of why they called it 52 blocks. I've heard so many different variations. I've heard different because it was kind of a secret thing from jail, and was the 5 and the 2 equals 7? It was something. I've heard so many different variations of why they called it 52. But my guy in Harlem, he teaches that. One of my cats in Harlem, he was teaching that for a minute. But yeah, it was close quarter combat. Yeah, it was close quarter combat. Yeah, it was no joke too. The supreme mathematics. Yeah, I know about all that. But yeah, all of that stuff came from the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, man. He iconic, man. Yeah. Yeah, your uncles were threatening to do it to you. They were threatening to put them 50. Yeah, you don't want to run up on them, brother. I saw a street fight I saw a video one time. Some Puerto Rican dude ran up on a brother on a subway. They were fighting in the subway, like outside, like on the, not in the subway, but like outside. So some Puerto Rican dude tried to run up on this brother. That brother started doing the 52. He started doing them elbow moves and bopped the shit out that Puerto Rican. He started putting them 52 block elbows, because you're hitting cats with he started elbowing the shit out that damn Puerto Rican. That Puerto Rican went and bought some Ricky Martin albums or something. He went and bought an empanada or something, because he didn't want none of them blocks. He didn't want them 52 blocks. That brother, that brother lit his ass up. He didn't know what hit him. Go find the video's probably on YouTube. That Puerto Rican didn't know what hit him. He's like, apicante. He's like, no mas. No mas. He started saying Puerto Rican shit. Man, you ain't gonna run up on them brothers doing that 52 blocks, because you ain't gonna know what hit your ass. You know? Oh.
All right, Tariq. Yeah, shout out to the 52 block. Shout out to the 5% Nation. Yeah. So, Pan-Africanism is not a threat. It's not a threat. The concept of it was supposed to be a threat. As time reveals, it's not no goddamn threat. The CIA helped fund Pan-Africanist studies and organizations, so it's not no damn threat. So moving along, we got Professor James Smalls calls FBAs cowards. The Church of Black Power weighs in. Shout out to the Church of Black Power.
Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Professor James Small says some very interesting and disingenuous things about foundational Black Americans. And we got to talk about it. What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, this whole situation right here is very disheartening. I feel like somebody punched into my chest and just grabbed my heart. You dig what I'm saying? One of the reasons why I say that is because of the fact that I have major love and respect for Professor James Smalls. I have major respect for him to the point where I don't even want to disrespect him in any way by correcting this situation, because this situation is going to be corrected. I am going to speak the truth to power, and I'm not going to sit here and hold back on that. But what I will do is make sure that I'm not being disrespectful by no means. That's how much love I have for this man. Because, you know, in the past, I really appreciated the way he stood on business. However, this situation right here, it's shown me that not everybody is going to grow with us. and not everybody is going to go with us. But with that being said, family, let's get into it.
Habaragani Hotep Machio. I guess everybody knows my face. This is Professor James Small. And I'm just responding to some people who seem to get fun out of a video I did about 10 years ago. It's an hour long plus, but someone took 2 minutes of it where I'm being critical of my family, brothers and sisters, mainly brothers, from the continent of Africa who was recent arrival in a conflict with the merchants from here and the continent on 125th Street. And so they decide they don't want to watch the entire tape where I'm critical of African American, critical of Africa from the Caribbean, critical of people of color who come to America and decide that their best ally are white people rather than African people. And that conflict had to do with trying to get brothers from the different spaces to go to a meeting at the National Black Theater to try to form a merchant group that could stand up against the police coming and taking the materials, the clothing and tapes of the young African-American brothers who didn't have a merchant license. Well, most people out there didn't have it, but the police tend to pick on the young teenagers who was out there trying to make a living. And I was trying to bring some peace by criticizing everybody. Now, my criticism might have been a little harsh, but I was criticizing myself as well. But I want to make it clear to people in the world, I'm an African. When I say identify myself racially, I'm an African. African American is an ethnic identity.
Let me stop there for a second because I have to clarify something. Professor Smalls, African is not a race either. If African is a race, then you must include the Nabisco. You must include the Asian. You must include the Russian. Well, that's Nabisco as well. You must include the Caribbeans. You must include everybody around the globe if you're saying African is a race, because everyone, according to the out of Africa theory, comes from an African. So when you say you're not African American, you're African, African is considered a continental or geographical identifier. It isn't a single unified racial group. Hell, they're not even unified over there in Africa. Many of the Africans over there don't identify as Africans unless they're outside of Africa. And even then, they may not identify as those Africans. They will identify as their ethnic group. They're Ghanaian. They're Yoruba. They're Igbo. They're Malian. But they don't just identify as an on-code unified racial group. That's not the case. Especially because Africa is incredibly diverse. So there are many distinct ethnic groups, languages, and cultures on the continent of Africa. Also, if you're saying that your race is African, then you would have to look at a person like Elon Musk and say the same thing about him, when we know his race is white. He's a Nabisco. You have to say the same thing about Mundani when he's Indian. who's a Nabisco or Asian, whatever. So African in itself isn't a race, Professor Smalls. And you're a professor, so I know you know that. Now, you can consider yourself whatever you want to consider yourself. But to say that our groups aren't ethnic, or our groups are ethnic groups and not a race, understandable, but neither is African. And we don't even go by African American. That's why we selected foundational Black American. And we're supposed to have the power to do that. And I would think that you would understand the power of self-determination to be able to name ourselves and stand on that business. But let's continue.
That has to do with where I live. America is a geopolitical place. It's not a race. Africa is my race. Africa is my genesis. Africa is my culture. And I want to make it clear, I am not ADOS. Do not support them or their concept. I'm not FBA. Do not support them or their concept or their attack against African peoples.
Okay, Dr. Smalls, number one. Well, this is number two. Number two. FBAs aren't going around attacking African people. We are responding to the disrespect brought to us in our own home. Let's be very clear about this. If a man walks into your house and slap you in the face and you start whooping that man's ass, are you wrong for defending yourself? No. Especially because they did it inside of your own home. So they care so less about you that they're willing to disrespect you to your face in your own home. And we're supposed to just let that fly? I say no to that. I say no to that. Just like we wouldn't let nobody else come into our home and put their hands on us or disrespect us. Whether they be Asian, whether they be white, Nabisco, whether they be Mexican, whether they be any other nationality or ethnic group around the world, we would not allow that. So why would we allow people who look like us, who's supposed to be on code with us because we fought to bring them here into our house, to slap us in the face and disrespect us and not go hard at them? Pause. It makes no sense. And I don't even understand why you would think it would make sense. Years ago, you made a video explaining something very similar. Let's take a detour real quick and go here.
We allow people to have us deny our identity as African Americans, while other Africans come from other places and try to assume that identity for economic reasons and political reasons, and yet do not ally themselves with the African American. In most instances, that those immigrant African community tend to ally themselves with the European American, not understanding what the historical relationship between the African American and the European American is, or the war, the cultural war and the spiritual war and the economic war and the political war that still exists between those two communities. So when you're an African from another place and you come and say, well, I can't get caught up in that, I'm here to make money, then you ally yourself with someone I'm at war with and wonder why I treat you a certain way. So you need to understand what you have just done. Besides disrespecting me and my country, something I would never do to you in your country. I would not go to Senegal and choose the side of the French against you. I would not come to Jamaica and choose the side of the Brits against you. So why would you come to America and choose the side of the white American for whatever reason, economic, political, cultural, or whatever, against me and my interests, and then tell me I'm unwelcoming to you? I welcome my friends and my brothers and sisters. I do not welcome my enemies, whether they look like me or not. Let's get that clear up front. And then let's look at some of the episodes in the epic history.
So, family, he already understood this some time ago. The only difference I would say since then, we've come to find out that it isn't the fact that they don't know about the history and the war that's going on. They know about this 100% fold. But they also want to protect their status as a buffer here in America. They also want to come here and push the ethnocide of our ethnic group by cosplaying us and trying to change the history of our people. So the whole situation about being disrespectful and attacking Africans, that's disingenuous. And you know it's disingenuous. You've spoken about this several times over. And it's highly disappointing as somebody who held you in high regard that you would even say such a thing. For many of us who look to you as an elder, for many of us who look to you as a truth teller, whether you was Pan-African or not, we never disrespected you as a Pan-African. Even though we stepped away from Pan-Africanism, we never disrespected any of the elders that we had high regards for, such as yourself, such as Dr. Kaba, such as just really any and everybody. Now we do clarify our position, but when it comes down to the elders of Pan-Africanism, we've never once disrespected any of you guys. Now the new Pan-African, yeah, they can get all the work because they know what they're doing and they know what they're pushing and they know exactly the manner in which they're doing so. Everything that comes around us nowadays is about doing for others and not looking out for our own people here. Erasing our identity so everyone else who comes here can now benefit from flat blackness. That's not going to happen. And the fact that you make it seem as if we're the antagonistic side, well, that kind of puts you in the same boat as these scam Africans who literally see these people come over here disrespecting us on TikTok 24 hours a day, holding spaces about us, calling us everything in the book except the children of the Most High. And they try to make it seem like we're the problem when we're responding to those folks who come into our house and slap us in the face. But let's continue.
Or the attack against Pan-Africanism, which shows a lot of ignorance and misunderstanding. I'm an African. And if someone wants to clip that little 2 minutes to try to create a critical negative, let those same person look at the other 100 plus videos that I have on the YouTube, and there's a couple of thousand more videos if you want to really go looking, and you will find they're 100% pro-African, pro-freedom, pro-identity, pro-Pan-Africanism.
Okay, I don't have a problem with you clarifying your stance. If someone clipped a video of yours and that's not where you fully stand, it was just a small segment out of a 1.5 hour video, whatever you said, and you want to clarify that, I have no problem with that. But to do so while being disingenuous towards us and being disrespectful towards us, yeah, that won't stand. Especially when we're the ones that hold you in high regard. We're the ones who put you on that pedestal because you're an elder that we have major love for. But this here, no, this is wrong all the way around. You could have just addressed the situation and said, hey, I'm not ADOS, I'm not FBA. Their position is their position. My position is my own. And we're going to leave it at that. But that's not what you did. You basically came in and act as if we're the ones who's starting all this mess, starting all this drama with all these other groups, more specifically, the African. And that's not the case. And that's why I played the clip from Professor Smalls a few years prior, where he was explaining why certain people are treated certain ways once they come here. Let's continue.
So don't get me confused with yourself, because you're cowards and you're afraid to identify as Africans because you don't want the responsibility to fight for freedom.
Professor, that's not only disingenuous, but it's incorrect, upside down, and all out disrespectful. For decades, who have been the only people to put Pan-Africanism on their backs? It was us. We've took it upon ourselves to fight for every other Black group all across the globe. Nobody has come to fight for us, at least not in large amounts. So to call us cowards when we're the only Black group in the world that is consistently fighting the oppression and the system of white supremacy, that is disrespectful, that is disingenuous, and I would have never, ever thought I would have heard something like that come out of your mouth. It is heartbreaking and disappointing. It is. It's very heartbreaking. It's very disappointing. Because you can't name me another African group around the world that's come to our aid. You can't name me another African group around the world that stood on the soapbox for us. Not one. So when you're saying that we're cowards and we don't want to fight for freedom, our whole goddamn history is about fighting for freedom and fighting for others' freedom. It's like you're just erasing a large amount of who we are. That's a part of our culture. Fighting the oppressor, that's a part of us. We stand here 10 toes till this day, fighting the oppressor in the belly of the beast, and they run from their homelands to come over here because they know they have it easier here than they would at home, and that's because of the fight we did to bring them here. This is highly disappointing. But am I surprised? Absolutely not. Jason Blacc has said it many times. You got to watch these old niggas. And even though I respect you as an elder, what you just said was some old nigga babble. Pan-African babble. And it has to be addressed. It has to be called out.
I'm not a coward. I'm 80 years old, and I've spent 60 plus of those 80 years in a day-to-day constant freedom fight on the part of my people. So cowards, if you want to be critical of our race, if you want to be, and anyone have a right.
And as I stated, it's not our race. African is not a race. Because what is Elon Musk if African is a race? If African is a race, like I said, you must pull everyone, no matter what their skin tone or color is. And they are African by race. And that would include every single individual on this planet.
Right to criticize ourselves and our race. We have a right to do that and try to be appropriate. And so I say to brothers and sisters, if my tone was inappropriate, I apologize to myself and to you for that. But people are not going to use me to support their backwards, ignorance point of views as regard African peoples and Pan-Africanism. If you think that you're going to get me as an ally, you got the wrong black man. I am an African, born an African, will die an African. I am not FBA. I am not ADOS. And no matter how long you've been in the Americas or anywhere in the world, we came here from Africa. And anyone who wants to foolishly give up the identity of their grandmothers and grandfathers and their great-parents, I feel sad for you, because slavery and colonialism have impacted you in a greater way than we even think.
Professor, you can identify however you want to identify. I've already said that. But the fact that you're trying to put and impress that identity onto us because you want to identify that way, that's disrespectful. My grandmother never said she was an African. My grandfather never said he was an African. And if you're talking about the fact that everybody comes from Africa, then everybody's African. You can't pick and choose that. You only want to pick people who's in America. The black folk in America are the only folk that have to address the fact that we're African. You don't go to the Nabisco and force him to claim African. You don't go to the Asian and force them to claim African. You don't go to the Mexican and force them to claim African. You don't go to the Caribbean and force them to claim African, even though they have the closest tie to Africa out of everybody in the diaspora. Let's continue.
And yet all of us have been impacted by it. But we need to be clear. Don't try to misuse me, Professor James Small. I do not support your backwards, ignorance, foolish point of view about the family and the race.
Like I said, it is not a race. And two, they're not our family. Our family wouldn't come over to our house, kick in the door, slap us in the face, and put mud all over our couch like Rick James. That's not family. Family don't come over and try to unify with the oppressor, speaking all the talking points of the oppressor about us here in our country when we fought to bring them over here. Yeah, that's not family. That's a leech. And nobody, and I mean nobody, has the right to do that to us. I don't care what you look like. I don't care what your race is.
We are one African people. We will die as one African people.
And that's disingenuous because those folks over there don't look at themselves as one African people. It's crazy. The only people that look at African people as one African people are people who are born in America. And it's crazy that you say that because I remember a time when you was talking about how you come from an indigenous background here in America. So that's crazy to me. Not saying that we didn't all come out of Africa. African life didn't start in Africa. I'm saying that for you to sit here and act as if our arguments isn't sound because of the history here. We know millions of indigenous people was taken into slavery before an African was ever brought over on a ship. Millions. And millions more was killed off. This is just highly, highly disappointing.
Or we will live eternally as one African people. And so I just want to make this clear because I'm sick of watching it regurgitate. And many of them don't understand they have become willing collaborators with the CIA.
So you're going, oh, now you're doing the same thing that the scam Africans are doing. Trying to say that we're the CIA, trying to say that we're a hate group, trying to say that we're all these things except for exactly what we've already said we are, which is nothing but a lineage. You're going to have some people who are a part of the lineage who still practice Pan-Africanism, and you have other people who's a part of the lineage that does not. But the fact to sit here and say we have allied ourselves with the CIA, when the fact of the matter is, those folks are running around here talking the CIA talking points. Those folks are running around here basically spewing everything that comes out of the Nabisco's mouth towards us. But yet we're supposed to just sit back and take it and be loving and open arm to everybody that look like us. No, hell no. In the words of Randy Jackson, it's a no from me, dog.
They've become willing collaborators with the American State Department. They've become willing collaborators with the Zionists that want to disunite African people and want to cause confusion in our ranks. But we are one people. We are one African. Pan-Africanism, which means the unification of people around things African, is my mantra and my philosophy.
And that's perfectly fine. If that's your mantra, that's your mantra. But you can't sit here and deny our actual reality. You might not see it. You might not see it. But you're denying our reality by sitting here calling us cowards, saying we don't want to fight against the oppressor, when the fact of the matter is you have these freaking tethers creating walls in order to make sure we can't get to the oppressor, being willing participants within the system of white supremacy, coming over here mocking our goddamn experience here, the same experience that we fought through to bring them here. If that's your mantra, that's fine. It's not theirs and it's not ours. And we don't have to adopt it as ours because they don't come here and adopt that as theirs. No matter how much we want to work with them, no matter how well we want them to do, we're the only people that help other groups of the African diaspora without wanting anything in return. We do not exploit them. We do not treat them like they're beneath us because we want something from them. No, we want to help them learn the system of white supremacy so they won't be taken advantage of, so they won't see themselves on the wrong end of supremacy. But we can't do that because the mindset that they have is not the mindset that we have. We don't have to fight anybody for them to take on our ideals, for them to understand how America works and how the system here in America works. They've been colonized. We're the group that's never been colonized. We've been taken as prisoners of war. We've been enslaved. But we fought our way out of it tooth and nail. We didn't allow them to colonize our minds like these Africans who we call tethers. Now, not every African has a colonized mind. However, many of them do. And that's why there's so many issues over on the continent. This is why they can't get it together with each other to see themselves as one African.
I am not socialist. I am not a Marxist. I have never been those other people's things. I was born and raised in the Christian church, and then I dumped that at 17. I got involved in the Muslim movement, became the heir to Malcolm X, was the imam of his Muslim Mosque, Inc., went to Mecca, became a Hajj, and then I realized this is not an African thing, and I cut it loose. And I've studied the history of Islam in West Africa. I'm very clear. We have our own sacred science traditions. We need to bring them back. We need to not apologize to anybody for being Africans. And if they want to stay in America and own America as their identity, I feel sorry for them. You're still my brothers and sisters. I understand that you have an issue and a problem, but stop attacking our race. Stop attacking our ancestors. Stop attacking the brothers and sisters that are recent to this country who are just trying to survive.
We're not attacking anybody we're gatekeeping. The fact that we stepped away from defending everybody and fighting everybody's fight is considered attacking. That should be looked at and studied. And yes, this is our land in the very same way that the Africans have their continent, and that's their land. I wouldn't want to force them to be American no more than they should want to force me to be African. They should be proud to be African. They should be proud of their history, their lineage, their culture, their customs. They should be proud of that. And I should be able to be proud of my history, my lineage, my heritage, my culture, my customs, my land. The fact that we fought in every damn war here. The fact that we fought to bring people who look like us from all over the globe here. But that last part, I can't be proud of. And most of us are now feeling the same way because of the fact that these folks will come here and show us their ass. And you say they're coming here trying to seek a better life. We made that possible. Only for them to get over here and disrespect us, disrespect our ancestors, disrespect our lineage, disrespect our heritage, disrespect our cultures, call our babies bullet bags. When I say this is highly disappointing, Dr. Smalls, excuse me, Professor Smalls, it is very disappointing and highly disingenuous. And I say that with all due respect.
That argument we had on 125th Street, I was overcritical. But if you watch the whole tape, I kicked African Americans in their butts too, trying to get some unity out there so they could form, and they did for a while, form a merchant coalition where they could hold their own against the police and the others on 125th Street. So if you're not out in the street with the people, you won't even have a clue what I'm talking about. But no, don't confuse me. I'm an African. I'm not caught up in your confusion about we were in America first. We were everywhere on the planet first.
So you know what you just did? You contradicted yourself. You said that you're not caught up in our confusion talking about we were in America first. And then you turn around right around in the same breath to say we were everywhere on the planet first. So you just proved our point. Yes. We were in America first, regardless of whether everybody came out of Africa or not, which makes us indigenous to America. In the very same way that the Asian was not in Asia first, the African was in Asia first, according to the outer African theory. But those African Asians are still Asian. They're not called African Asian. They're called the indigenous Asian people. In the very same way, when you go down to Australia, you get the indigenous Australian, even though they know they come from Africa. Fiji, you get indigenous Fijians, excuse me, even though they know that they come from Africa. So why in the hell do we have to be held to a different standard than everybody else around the globe? All to make a bunch of people who really disrespect us on the average feel better about themselves. Because that's what it really boils down to. This is highly disrespectful and highly disappointing.
Before anybody, we were in China before the Asiatic type came into being. We were in Russia before the Mongolian type came into being. We were in Germany before the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths came out of the caves and the mountains. We were in Australia. We were in Cambodia. We were in Hawaii. We were in Central South America before any other people that can call themselves a race.
Well, if African is a race, then any other people are African too. And just like you said, we were everywhere. Hawaii, shout out to King Kamehameha. Fiji, Brazil, Central America, Australia. Hell, some might even say we were in Alaska. And nobody has the same parameters that we have of calling ourselves or having to be forced to call ourselves African. You just call them Chinese. You call them Australian. You call them Fijian. You call them Brazilian. You call them Jamaican. You call them Dominican. You call them Haitian.
So why are you so hung up on the fact that some of us may have stumbled up on North America before Columbus got here? Columbus just got here the other day. He's not significant or important to nothing. I do not measure or identify myself by any of the European genociders who people call colonizers. Because
we're not hung up off the fact that we were here before Columbus.
What kills me about these Pan-Africanists is they always say that we was the first people here, there, everywhere. But in North America, we were the first people in South America, the first people in Europe, first people in Africa, first people in Asia, first people in Australia, first people in Melanesia, Polynesia, Hawaii. But when it comes to North America, and what is now the United States, oh, no, we were not here. We were everywhere but here. This makes no sense.
We're hung up off the fact that we are indigenous to these Americas. Whether we came from indigenous tribes, whether Africans was brought here and went through their ethnogenesis, whether or not, it means nothing. We were here before America was founded, which makes us indigenous to America. Because it was our blood, sweat, and tears that built this country from the ground up that every goddamn immigrant want to come to. It was our labor that made this country the most wealthiest place on the planet. It was our labor that gave opportunity to every immigrant that came here as an immigrant, because you don't immigrate to a location where you don't have opportunity. You immigrate there to gain opportunity. And you know, TARIQ, I know y'all have had these conversations. You've been in several of his movies. That's why I know this is disingenuous. You've spoken about your indigenous bloodline here in America. I don't know who got to you, whether they were putting stuff in your ear negative Nancy's, whatever the situation may have you, I don't know. But dear Most High, I pray that you shake this out and shake it off. Because now you're going to isolate a whole new generation from you and your teachings. Let's continue.
This has been a war of genocide against us. We see that war still being extended today in Sudan. If you want to do something, let's see what we can do about ending the genocide in Sudan, or having the people who are causing it pay a price they don't want to pay.
Why is it upon us? Why is it upon us to be the savior, the Superman for every other black group, but no other black group wants to come and play that same savior role for us? There's never been another group of people come here and stand on business with us against the oppressor. Not one. You're talking about we need to be figuring out how to help the Sudan. But when these people from Sudan come over here, they come through acting like Amru Fodal. You get Myron Gaines. You get people who say we have no culture, even though our culture is exported globally. Exported. You get your Cynthia Rivos. You get your Kai Sinats. But it's upon us. It's been placed upon our shoulders to be the Superman for every other black group outside of America when nobody comes to our aid. They mock us. They disrespect us. And then they team up with the Nabisco just to get a pat on their damn heads.
But that's my message. Let me be very clear. Don't confuse who I am. I'm not an ADOS. I'm not an FBA. I'm not someone who's confused with my identity. I am an African. And if you don't like that word, throw it out. I'm the original man. I'm the God man, which emanated out of the soil of Africa when it was first manifested by the cosmos itself. I'm a replica of the universe like you are. So you need to get your memory back. And the most authentic replica of the universe is in trouble in Sudan right now. The blackest of the black, the most melanated of the melanated, is in trouble. So let's fight for that. People who are caught up in this thing, they want reparations, and they don't want our brothers and sisters from this place to get any of the reparations of that place. The crime was committed not to the group of Africans brought to North America. That genocide was not committed just to those of us brought to the Caribbean. The genocide was committed to the entire African race.
So those Africans who was wronged need to go to the people that wronged them. We built America. America wronged us, stole from us, used our babies as alligator bait, put us in consistent situations to where we could not economically grow. They had bombed our towns every chance they got. No, they're not open. Excuse me. They're not entitled to the reparations claim here in the very same way that we are not entitled to the reparations claim over in Africa. The very same way we are not entitled to the reparations claim over in the Caribbeans, in CARICOM. Nobody else includes us. They only want to try to include us now, quote unquote, the African Union, in order to funnel our $1.3 trillion in spending power over to them. They want us to build up their nations like another slave. I'm not going to fight for that. And I'm not going to fight for people who gets entitled and come over here and then fight against us in our justice claim. That makes absolutely no damn sense. And I say that respectfully.
You know what I mean? They act like there's no.
We were ripped from mothers, fathers, uncles, brothers, and sisters, and that pain and that cutting and that breaking and that destruction on them. If you want reparations, and go beg your white man boss for something, I think they should pay for any and everything they did to me and to my race.
And that's disrespectful. Because we're not out here begging anybody for anything. We're demanding it.
That's right, Chuck.
And we're utilizing our political power in order to get it. We're utilizing our economic power in order to get it. We're utilizing our status as FBAs in order to get it. Foundational Black American Freedmen.
I can't have them back.
Or Solon, whichever one you prefer, or Indigenous American, whatever you prefer. I don't care. I've said this several times over. As long as you're tied here, a non-immigrant, we're doing what we need to do. And none of you ever go and speak to the Africans in this manner.
No. We ever check them.
Well, I will pull this back. You did have several videos where you were checking some Africans, but you was checking everybody in your own words, you said. However, when we talk about Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanism as a whole, don't check the African for their wrongdoings. Don't check the people who come to America and disrespect us because they don't like the fact that we're American at all. When they have no problem putting on their goddamn identifier, Nigerian, Ghanaian, Sudanese, South African. They come over here waving their flags and repping their stuff proudly. We don't have any Pan-Africans going after them and letting these folks know, hey, this is off code as hell. When they're over here disrespecting us and waving their flags in our faces. No. So we'll be damned if we allow anybody to force us to have the empathy or sympathy for a bunch of people that has none for us.
Damn.
But I don't put myself above my race. No group is above the race. Race is second only to the divine of the universe itself.
African is not a race. Race, although being a social construct, there's only what, 3 races?
I'll take some shit. That's a tasty shit, dude.
Or really 2 if you really want to get down to the brass tacks, because even the Nabisco is considered an Asian. That's why they call him Caucasian.
I'll talk to you.
Asian.
She gonna follow you over all over. You gonna give her the love.
So there's
that is
Asian and there's Black.
Yeah.
Because if it's African, then the Asians will fall into it as well. The Nabiscos will fall into it as well. The Mexicans will fall into it as well. And that eliminates everybody's ethnicity.
Just what in the hell? What was that deal?
Nothing else is above the race. Even family comes after the race. So let's be clear. I'm an African. You are not going to confuse that. You're not going to confuse that. And if you think anyone else could confuse that, go listen to the thousands and thousands of lectures I put all over social media and other parts of the world for decades. So I just wanted to get that out and make it clear. Stop playing. If you're a coward and you don't want to fight for freedom, so you don't want to identify as an African, then go to the coward's place. We'll come back and get you later. But right now, we have to fight for our freedom. True freedom is to restore your identity. If you talk about freedom and you don't know what your identity is, you are not free. I don't care how much money or degrees or whatever you've got. I'm a free African being living in the universe. Don't confuse it. Peace and blessings. Hotep. I'm done with that.
Professor, we are not confused. We are not confused one bit. However, I'm glad that you made it clear where you stand, what your position is, and with all due respect, if you think that we're cowards, move to Africa and go help them fight for their freedom. If you believe that foundational Black Americans are the cowards, go live amongst the people in which you want to help gain freedom. And let's see if they're going to fight with you or fight against you. And there's Africans who want to unalive him. There are African nations that want to go against him. If you believe we're the cowards, then you've gotten too old to understand the dynamic of your surroundings. And that's okay, because I'm glad to know where you stand. As I said on my X post when I saw this video, disappointing, but not surprising. Family, I want y'all to let me know what y'all think about this in the comment section. And I want y'all to be respectful. This isn't me wanting anybody to disrespect Professor Smalls. However, you can absolutely be truthful. Let me know how you feel about this situation, because you already heard how I feel about it. With that being said, family, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click that link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, in closing, I'm going to play this clip one more time.
Allow people to have us deny our identity as African Americans, while other Africans come from other places and try to assume that identity for economic reasons and political reasons, and yet do not ally themselves with the African American. In most instances, that those immigrant African community tend to ally themselves with the European American, not understanding what the historical relationship between the African American and the European American is, or the war, the cultural war and the spiritual war, and the economic war and the political war that exists between those two communities. So when you're an African from another place and you come and say, well, I can't get caught up in that, I'm here to make money, then you ally yourself with someone I'm at war with and wonder why I treat you a certain way. So you need to understand what you have just done. Besides disrespecting me in my country, something I would never do to you in your country. I would not go to Senegal and choose the side of the French against you. I would not come to Jamaica and choose the side of the Brits against you. So why would you come to America and choose the side of the white American, for whatever reason, economic, political, cultural, whatever, against me and my interests, and then tell me I'm unwelcoming to you? I welcome my friends and my brothers and sisters. I do not welcome my enemies, whether they look like me or not. Let's get that clear up front. And then let's look at some of the episodes in the epic history.
The doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. Yeah. So fuck everybody. I'm out.
That's right. All right, y'all. So I agree wholeheartedly with everything the Church of Black Power had to say in regards to Professor James Smalls. But we're not on that no more. So you old heads, y'all either get with it or y'all get left. We can't keep trying to get you on up to speed on what we've been on for at least 6 years now. What are your thoughts, Lady Shay?
I think if you just apologize if it was offensive what we said 10 years ago. But who went that far? Let's just ask this question. Who went that far to dig this deep to bring up a thing that he clipped up just to start this kind of bullshit? Who was the instigator to that?
Son,
because that person started it, that mess, it created it, and led it grew into this.
It was Sonetta. Sonetta is originally one of Sonetta's clips.
Right, but to bring it up 10 years later, fucking diabolical. Because then it caused him to feel like he needs to answer to whatever he said then, 10 years back, to defend it and to get really fucking in his purse about it. Now, you know what I mean? Because that happened way before the Hidden Colors thing came out.
No, same time.
10 years?
Same time as Hidden Colors.
10 years ago, right?
Yeah, 10, 15 years ago, Hidden Colors came out.
Before or after?
Between 10 and 15 years ago, Hidden Colors came out.
So, either way, he's getting more than enough, scholarship for Tariq to know how he felt, voting. So this extra shit, I could see why Tariq did what he did, or is doing what he's gonna do, or whatever, because at this point he's had 10 years to come to some sort of understanding with us.
Right.
Instead, he went way off in the left field.
So now he's been taken out of the Hidden History Museum, and he's been kicked off the new Hidden Colors.
Right. So that's crazy. If you're living, you're still living as far as living scholars. But yeah, very easy. However, I guess when you do something so egregious as to disrespect what we're working on and act like we're in the wrong, is crazy work. It's really diabolical, because he should know exactly what the freedmen here have been subjected to.
Especially since he's of the lineage.
Especially.
So then it becomes very obvious.
So just because you marry outside of the lineage, that's like it's almost like having a dual alliance.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's like.
So
it's conflicted.
It's conflicting, and you don't want to say nothing that's gonna cause you to look a certain way to your 30-year plus mate.
Mm-hmm.
When obviously they already know what you're on because you're on some other, outside worldly shit. Which is one thing to be, to acknowledge yourself as the, the original, the Asiatic man. I could dig it, it's like you'll even say I'm divine feminine. I can dig it, what I mean? But there's another thing to where you say that you're from the soil. Regardless of all your travels, you're from the soil. Even if you fell in love and married a fucking outside, black person from a different area of the past, whatever. You know what's right and wrong, and what's right.
Grandfather used to take me to visit the
stand with your people, if you not everybody can go with us. We already said that.
Yeah.
Not everybody's gonna be down, and at least we're at the in the beginning of the war. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be late, but it has already been late. This is just our portion of late. It's our portion of being in the beginning of the war, right? So, what he's saying is not even conducive. We can't teach our children that. We can't teach our children that. You know what I mean? Whatever you say.
Right.
That's the point. I recommend everybody watch tonight's yesterday. Because that was life lessons you can actually teach your children. You know what I mean? This is like a treasonous act.
That's exactly what it's like.
Yeah. And I don't want to say, it always disappoints me with, we should be, black should be black, right?
Right.
And don't let the shade deflect the message. I strongly believe that. You know what I mean? I strongly believe in the black family. I strongly believe. And I think that what's the case is that you place your passport mate ahead of your foundational self, your foundational knowledge. You place that more above, when in reality, you should have just got on code and taught that passport what it is to be on code and ride with it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not everybody could go with us, and not everybody's meant to be in the war.
Right.
This thing we found out now. This doesn't mean anything because when it's all said and done, when the elder goes home, we're gonna grieve him regardless.
Yeah.
We'll still mourn him no matter what he does. We're mourning this. This is a great loss.
Yeah, it is.
To what we're starting at. But we're gonna see a couple more of these, Valley. This isn't the first one.
Right.
So we're gonna see a couple of them come crumbling down because they want to stick with what they think is right. But if you're the only one thinking that and believing that, where's your guild? Where's your build? It's a sad state for sure.
Right. Right. Thank you for that, Lady Che. Yeah, I have lost all respect for Professor James Smalls. You definitely crossed the line by calling us CIA agents. You're no different than a Joelus Reed at this point. So
why does it always gotta go to that? You always gotta go to be that. You can't be like, God, I just disagree. It's immediate. You're an agent.
Right.
Not just the agent. You can't even start at the basic. You start low, use the law. That's usually what I go with.
And he called us cowards, and we've been the main ones fighting against racism and white supremacy.
And he knows that. That's the whole point. You've seen all the fucking shit we've been through. He's been here longer than us.
Right.
So it's even worse. You know what I mean?
So yeah, I can't rock with that.
That's
exactly what it is. So, as Church alluded to, Professor James Smalls was talking initially about his Native American roots, and he abandoned that for Pan-Africanism, and it's calling TARIQ Asians. So, How about the Street Media TV is going to give us an update on that.
The different burial ground and mounds, because our people buried themselves in mounds in the woods of Oak Hill down in South Carolina. I thought that was absolutely normal. It wasn't until I left the woods and the farms where I grew up that I found people rejected ownership of being here before the slave ship. They thought that was a cop-out on being African, especially as the 60s went on. And so I would say little about it.
So the whole internet has been, Black internet, the Black spaces have been going crazy with the situation with the Foundation of Black Americans versus Pan-African. And should we rock with Pan-Africanism? We know what Elder James Smalls came out and said, about TARIQ Nasheed. It's caused a kind of controversy. He was on there with some Africans and he was saying, he was basically talking down on TARIQ and saying TARIQ is the cause of the division and all but so many words. And he says some things well understood. He said that we need to talk more. We need to do more things together and find out where this is coming from. But he said some things that was key, right? He said that at one point, TARIQ was pushing Pan-Africanism, but then he turned around, right? And went the other way. But I've been showing some receipts and I got more receipts. Now, at one point, the elder was pushing Native American too. He was saying where his family come from. And he even said that when he came up to New York from the Carolinas, he never talked about it because everybody was pushing Pan-Africanism. So that's just what he ran with. I got proof. He talked about the mound building. He talked about his grandfather and how every year they went back and cleaned the mounds and they knew where, because they buried above ground, not underground. He knew who they were. He knew who the Asians was that came in, those Austronesian people, right? The ones that's cosplaying now as the indigenous people. And then he knew who we were, right? He broke all this stuff down. Y'all don't believe me? Check this out.
I mean, there is a whole thing about, I mean, we know that, yes, we were brought that the African slave trade existed, but there is some debate. Did it exist to the level they say it existed?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of us were already here. Think about what makes more sense. That, yes, Africans were all over this planet Earth, or people that we like to call Africans because I think we the original indigenous people of the planet Earth.
Well,
I don't even like to
we are the original indigenous people of the whole planet Earth, so there should never have been a discussion about our indigeneity in North America. My family, part of my family, look at me. I know where my graves are. I know where no, I'm talking about the graves of those who came before the slave ship, because we didn't bury underground. We buried above ground. And the mounds are all over Oak Hill. And we would go clean it every year. Our grandfather took us to clean them. And we would replace the instruments and tools and things on their graves. I didn't understand what that was about when I was a child, but we did it every year. That's something that we did. They used to say these are Indians, but they weren't no Indians, okay? That was the language of the day that Papa and them were using. These were not Asiatics. But if you read LaRon Bennett's Shaping of Black America, he does it better than anyone looking at it. The book called Shaping of Black America by Dr. LaRon Bennett. He has a chapter in there called The Red and the Black. And he deals with the amalgamation of those who came off the slave ship and those who were already here. And white folks making the claim, well, look, the ones in the villages is as black as the ones we bringing in. So let's raid those villages and put them all enslaved. There is no more separate indigenous population here because we amalgamated into one black population centuries ago. People need to stop the foolishness. I come out of one of the most recent walk out the bush black folks, because we didn't walk out the bush until the 70s, most of us. Down in Andrews, South Carolina, Santee, South Carolina, Conway, South Carolina. Some of our people still live in the bush and don't pay much attention to the damn government till today. They call that the free wood. Sometimes they call it Burgess or Socrates. Part of it used to be called North Myrtle Beach. That's where my people come from. That's who I am, a bush Negro from the Freewood. All right. And we amalgamated with those who came off the boats. And we amalgamated with some of our Asiatic cousins. But this North America was a black civilization. Central South America was a black-skinned African civilization before the Asiatic crossed the Bering Straits, and they declared war on us too. And before the whites came on the ships, who declared the second phase of war on us. Okay.
So that was him on Lord Jabbar's channel. And they were, they was going back and forth. They was getting it in, right? But let's go and let's listen to what Tariq Nasheed said after the disrespect that James Small said when he was on that African guy's channel, because he was insinuating that he might be a Fed. The Feds might have came and got to him, and that might have been the reason why he changed, right? And I just wish that he didn't do that. Now he also said that he didn't feel as though Tariq Nasheed was showing him the respect that he deserved. Because remember, he's been with Tariq Nasheed every step of the way since the Hidden Color series. And all of the stuff that Tariq Nasheed teaches, the elder was teaching first. What I'm surmising now is Elder Smalls is upset because Tariq took the teachings and blew up with it. Tariq, because remember, way before there was an FBA, from all the early Hidden Colors, Elder Smalls was his teacher. Everything that Tariq is teaching, Elder Smalls was teaching outside of the Pan-Africanism. What Tariq did was drop the Pan-African and keep the teachings, right? Check. Let's listen to what Tariq.
Thing with James Small, I know a lot of people are talking about that. James Small, Professor James Small. A lot of people have been on his bumper because he was very, very disrespectful to the lineage, very disrespectful to me. And yeah, he said some little disrespectful stuff before, and I kind of let it slide. I didn't, I'm like, okay. He's in the new movie that we're working on, Hidden Colors 6. And basically what it looks like, because James Small, he was one of the main people talking delineation language. All right. He was one of the first people talking that. He knows what it is. What it looks like, some of that African tour money might be drying up, because a lot of these, he's a Pan-Africanist, and a lot of these cats, they make their little money with those African tours. I think he's going on one in December. They take people over there, so drying up. That's their little hustle, and that's up because people are delineating. So. And a lot of ops are in his ear, but the thing is, some people were like, well, yeah, some of the ops got to him, they like to manipulate the elders. My thing is, some of these ops, they're in your ear for a reason, because they know that you have a friendly ear to them. So I'm not going to put it just on the ops, because these same ops be hollering at a lot of different people. Why you listening to them? You understand? You listening to them because you might have to share the same ideology with them. You did. But with Professor Smalls, some of the disrespect that he's shown towards me and the family, I've helped Mr. Smalls for real. The truth be told, nobody was really rocking with Professor Smalls until we put him in Hidden Colors, and he said this. Nobody was rocking with Professor Smalls, but let me say this for the record. I'm not rocking with Professor Smalls anymore. You are respectable, because you start kind of lying and saying no ain't true. I have no respect for you at this point. I've lost all respect for Professor Smalls. I don't rock with him. We're taking him out of the movie, Hidden Colors 6. He's not going to be in it. It's going to be a minute. We're re-editing that. We're taking him out. In fact, I'm going to replace him with about 3 people that I want. I'm taking all the small stuff out.
Now, Tariq is upset and he feels betrayed and let down because he had a lot of love for Elder Smalls. Now, they had a conversation in the past because Elder Smalls has said some stuff before, and he had to come on to the show, and they talked on the show for a while. And I remember the elder was trying to explain this stuff, but then he goes back and he do this again. So now TARIQ want to take him out of the movie. He want to take him out of the museum. He wants to cover his face. He wants to do all these things now because he feels betrayed. He feels hurt. But I want y'all to understand something. And the videos that I made, my previous videos where I show how Elder Smalls was taking a crap on Pan-Africanism and was basically saying we're the only group that practice it. This is where TARIQ got it from. All TARIQ did was scrap the Pan-African because TARIQ was smart. He saw that Pan-African stuff wasn't working, and the elder himself told him that it wasn't working. So when TARIQ take the blueprint and run with it, the elder started hating him, right? But Elder Smalls, he wasn't finished with this Native American talk. He doubled down when he was on Sinetta TV.
I'm an African American whose family was here, half of my family, before the slave ship came in. We were not straight-haired, no red-skin. I may be a little red, yes, but the white-skinned people that we're calling the red-skinned people who are Asiatics, they only got here 10,000 years or so ago.
What?
We've been here for at least the last 200,000 years, if not longer. And everybody in the world is admitting this now. This is not new news. It's only being exposed more now.
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Even the BBC is talking about it in documentaries. The History Channel is talking about it. National Geographic have done a whole piece on it. They've even went to some of the descendants in Argentina of the original black people who was in the hemisphere before the Mongolians came. Our history is important when we tell it, you know? And so when we think of this place called the United States of America, this is a new political phenomenon that's less than 300 years old. Whites coming here, that's a new phenomenon. The Africans here. Christopher Columbus wrote about the Ethiopians he met here. Ethiopian was the operative European word for black then, or the word Moors if you were referring to the Muslims. Verrazano wrote about the Ethiopians he met when he landed right here in New York and Staten Island. Christopher Columbus' brother wrote about it when he landed in South America. This is all documented history. And you don't see much American anthropology and archaeological work because everything they dig up is black. So it's kept very hidden here in America. I was a child. My grandfather used to take me to visit the different burial ground and mounds because our people buried themselves in mounds in the woods of Oak Hill down in South Carolina. I thought that was absolutely normal. It wasn't until I left the woods and the farms where I grew up that I found people who rejected ownership of being here before the slave ship. They thought that was a cop-out, being African, especially as the 60s went on. And so I would say little about it. But anybody looking at my face can see who I am. The people called Indians is an Asiatic population, a Mongolian population, a Mongoloid population that came over here 10,000 years ago. The people who lived in those islands in the Caribbean and the people who lived on the mainland of North America and South America were African people.
What about the Aborigines I'm talking about?
Aborigines simply is a reference to being original to that space.
Right.
Those were African people. They came here from Africa like everybody else in the world. Okay. And so we were just Africans that got here earlier than those who came on the boat. Matter of fact, there's a young brother who wrote a book about Mexico, and he met some people. He's a Muslim brother. I must remember my brother's name, but he did this small piece on the history of Mexico, on the blacks and Mexicans. And there's two communities there: the ones who say we came before the boats, and the ones who came on the boats.
So he basically was saying that he had this truth, but he would say little about it. He wouldn't talk about it, right? So he came when he ran with the Pan-African stuff, but he already knew who he was and where he came from. He already knew that we was indigenous to these lands, right? And I remember watching the episode when he was on Sinetta and he started talking this way and they shut him down real quick, right? He shut him down real quick. They were saying, well, you got to show DNA evidence and the DNA this and the, all this kind of stuff. And the elder went to speak, but they basically shut him down and wouldn't let him carry on, right? But again, he was one of the ones that created the blueprint for what foundational Black Americans is teaching. I brought the receipts. He's mad. A lot of these Pan-Africans are mad because the jig is up and that bag is getting low. And they can't teach the FBA teaching and totally abandoned Pan-Africanism because they done wrote books. They done took all these trips back to Africa. Their whole stick is built now on Pan-Africanism. So to push an FBA, FBA lineage and push what the elder knows is the truth and abandon Pan-Africanists will totally obliterate all the work that he's done for the last 60 years. And I don't think that he's willing to give that up. That's why he said when he came here from the Carolinas, he thought that way of life was the normal way of life. Then he came up to Harlem and he seen that they was doing something different. And he just got quiet and just let it go because he felt like people was ashamed of where they come from. So he ran with the Pan-African stick. But when he was growing up, he wasn't running with that Pan-African thing. Right now, what he teaches is everybody's African, but we came here first from there, and we came here. We are the true indigenous people to this land. The same way it would be if you went to Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, if you went to out there in Asia and all those lands, you see those indigenous peoples. So then we will be here with those afros, this brown skin like mine, right? These high cheekbones, all red, man, this thing is funny, man. This thing is funny. But he was one of the first ones crapping on Pan-Africanism. He was. So I just wanted to expose this, man, because there's a lot of things that hasn't been told to us that a lot of people suppress the truth, man. But y'all let me know what y'all think. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
So we got this gentleman. He is, a Pan-Africanist, and he's come back to America to renew his passport. And I want you to hear exactly what he's saying in this video. Let's have a conversation because people like him, a lot of times.
Yes, Shabaka. Just stopped by researching an earlier episode for the future. Still trying to get in touch with Quavy. Okay, Shabaka, thank you for tapping in. What were you gonna say later?
Of Professor Schultz?
Yeah.
Lord have mercy. I would say that even then he said he was funny. Like basically, it ain't popular, so I'm not gonna talk about it. That shit's crazy work in itself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's like you try to fit in.
So he was talking like TARIQ is now about 10, 15 years ago, and now he got a problem with TARIQ talking like how he was talking 10, 15 years ago.
Right. He's disrespectful, and that's really bad. You gotta be really, really, really a piece of shit for TARIQ to like basically, cut you out of shit. Disrespect you. Really gotta do some real bad stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
Think about it. All the ones that he's had a show or whatever, that he's had to go that way because they done some really ugly or such a really ugly slide, about his character slanderous. Or, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right, so moving along, we got Pan-Africanist can't stand Black Americans delineating. Is drawing his money up. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that.
So we got this gentleman. He is, a Pan-Africanist, and he's come back to America to renew his passport. And I want you to hear exactly what he's saying in this video. Let's have a conversation because people like him, a lot of times they just not being honest why they have so much vitriol. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Them FBA jiggers gonna be mad at me now. I done snuck back in town and got this passport in they beloved America. F them FBA. My ancestors paid my dues like they the only one entitled. My ancestors fought for me to have this passport. Slid in here in Miami.
Let's look at this completely. Now, I haven't heard one Black American in this country want to prevent any other Black Americans from getting a U.S. passport. If you can, get one, I should actually suggest, and I've been one to suggest that every Black American have a United States passport so you can travel freely throughout the world. I've been a big advocate of that. I haven't seen a single Black American say not to travel to any other countries. I haven't heard a single Black American say don't live somewhere. Now they'll say what they're not going to do, and what they say I don't want to go nowhere. And a lot of times, we are having conversations about people that actually do like to travel. Then those people, those aren't pretty good to come into those conversations. That's not your wheelhouse, right? If somebody's trying to make a plan to go dancing, everybody want to go dance, and you have a person say, "Well, I don't dance, and I don't know why y'all want to dance for." Like, well, brother. Everybody want to dance. You don't want to? Okay, we'll go to the place where y'all don't dance. Y'all just chill. It's no problem, right? So it's the same thing. But why people like him? Why people like him are upset? Very, very upset with Black America. Why? Why? Okay. So from what I looked into, this guy, he moved from the Houston area to Tanzania. Okay, I'm glad for him. He makes content about his life in Tanzania. Cool. But in his content, he keeps trying to tell people you need to come move over here, specifically to Tanzania. Now, as a person that's been to the African continent, I wouldn't tell everybody to flood one country anyway. I say travel to several of them, see what works out for you if that's what you want to do. If you want to fully move over there, you can. If you want to do a hybrid model where you only have so many months of the year, so many months in America, you can do that, right? If you want to just visit a couple of times a year, you can do that. But part of, I guess, he was selling courses or selling, different things. So some people like him are upset because, the delineation movement kind of cut into the funds of that. And so now you can't really pull on the heartstrings about the African continent like you used to get people to go. And you can't push that you're lost and you don't know who you are. You can't pull any of that on people. So now if you're going to promote going on the trip, well, shoot, it's just really, hey, we traveling. We traveling. We going to connect with the brothers and sisters over there. We're going to have a good time. Well, come on back. No issue, no problem, right? You know what I'm saying? People travel all over the world every day. Trust me, the airports got people moving. But see, their only way of possibly selling tours and things like that was emotional connections, right? Some people travel because they say, hey, if you down with it, well, shoot, man, probably a good thing to go to. But so people like him are upset about that. So some of the money got cut into, right? And look, in business, money can get cut into just the way the market works. But he's upset. That's one aspect of why people like him is upset. The second aspect of why people like him is upset is because what he's talking about is really obsolete now with a lot of Black Americans. And he knows he's in Tanzania. He knows that there's no Pan-Africanism being practiced in Tanzania. He knows this. He knows there's several different tribes, ethnic groups, whatever you want to call them, in Tanzania, and all of them aren't working together as one. All of them are moving on one band, one sound. He knows this group is doing their thing, this group over here is doing their thing, and they all look Black, but they'll say they're a different tribe. He knows this. That's the thing. People like him travel to the continent. They know all this stuff, but yet they're promoting it to you. Listen, if he want to promote Pan-Africanism, he needs to promote it in Tanzania because you can get the African continent to get on Pan-Africanism. Then a diaspora can really get on Pan-Africanism. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. You calling it Pan-Africanism. If the Africanism part is not part of it in the continent of Africa, how is the diaspora going to carry Pan-Africanism when the continent is not carrying it first? Now, I believe, and I will not stop believing in this. I will unify with Black folks globally as long as our ideology aligns with each other. If you are about freeing Black people from
to answer your question, Shabaka, Guy Nollywood is a freaking, I think he's a tether. I honestly think he's a tether, but he's one of these people that be on Underrated Darkness platform, and he talked real greasy about me and Lady Che. He's done about 1 or 2 videos about us that I know of, disrespecting us and talking crazy to us, or about us rather. He won't get on a panel with us though. But yeah, he's basically a troll, an agent. That's who that person is. The problem is still neocolonialism.
Racism, white supremacy, whether it's in America, Canada, whether it's in the African continent, where you're dealing with indirect white supremacy, controlling your leaders and messing up the place, and you see it like that. And so you're trying to hold them accountable and call out the BS that's going on with global white supremacy. I could join with you. If you want to be a sellout and a bootlick and all that, I will not join with you. Dude, go find your people. You probably go holler at Candace Owens. I don't care if you are Black American. I do not want nothing to do with you. I don't just join with people just because they Black. No, is that our ideology has to align. We have to agree on some things, some core values that we have to agree with. He know good and well Tanzania, they look at him as a foreigner. He knows that because that's what a lot of them say about us. We are foreigners. Because technically, you are a foreigner. You are foreign to Tanzania. You are foreign to Nigeria. You're foreign. When they come over here, they're foreign to America. And it's okay to be a foreigner because that's the truth. You was not born there. It's not offensive to say that. But what is Black Americans advocating for Black American issues in America? Why does that bother him if he's in Tanzania? Black American issues is not even his problem in Tanzania. But it's not just him. I'm just using him as just a point. All of them who had the mindset like him are upset. There's no reason to be upset because there are plenty of Black Americans who love going to the African continent. I'm one of them. I love going. I love having a great time. You know, I get some peace. I get some quiet. I connect with the brothers and sisters over there, and then I come back. There's plenty of Black people that like to do that. So connect with those Black people. There's some Black people may be like, you know what, bro, I'm done with America. It's not because I have an issue with my people, but I just don't want to deal with these folks no more. I'm out. And there's some Black people that's on that too. You just got to find your tribe, Pan-Africanist, not attack Black America, but find your particular tribe. But the reason why you can't find your tribe and you can't use that you're lost anymore, you can't use that, is because people have really seen that Pan-Africanism is not a central focus and don't even operate even in the country that he's in or any other African country. They are very divided by tribe. So you can't put on us as Black Americans to practice something that to hold. Listen, if anybody practicing a quote unquote a Pan-Africanism would be Black America. I'm not divided with a Black man or woman from California. We the same people. I'm not divided with a brother or sister from Mississippi. We the same people. But if we was on a continent, this would be 50 different states, tribes all over the place, and I wouldn't join with now one of them because they're not my people. I'm tribal. No. Black America actually has the right way. But right now, even with the delineation movement, we can't carry everybody on our back right now. But once again, there's nothing wrong with travel. Nothing wrong with travel. You know, like I tell people all the time on this platform, hey, you know, you want to travel certain places, you want to go. It's only 30 people that need to go. Everybody don't have to go. And it'll be 30 people that like travel. They were like, they want to do that. They love doing that. Not everybody want to do that, and that's okay. That is okay. I promise you that's okay. But you don't have to attack other people because they don't want to do what you want to do. It'd be like me attacking people because you don't make content like me. It's I'm gonna attack you. That's stupid. That's dumb. But you got your passport. I don't even know why you can show people you got a passport. I mean, you really looking for attention, sir. And you too old in the game to be attention seeking. I'm just saying. You don't have to attack Black Americans. Just live your best life.
Yeah, you go ahead. What's the question?
The dude was talking shit.
Yeah, the dude had a little accent, but I didn't understand why he said his ancestors worked for him to get a passport. What does that mean? Is he from here? He's from there.
He's from there.
Right.
He's originally from here, but he moved out there.
Ah, yeah, that's right. That's why he had a from here accent.
Right.
So he's just being a hater.
Yeah.
Fucking weird. Yeah, so that's a weird, real weird ass activity. Just,
I'm trying to get your
yeah. Look all that. You got this right here. Jesse,
act like you got some damn decorum. We're live on a freaking air.
I hear you, but
It wasn't a question.
I understand my piece, though.
Okay.
Jesus.
Y'all moving on.
What was your thought?
He's upset, like most Pan-Africanism are upset that we're delineating. That was the whole point of the video. The dude's upset. He's talking about he's losing money as a result of this. So yeah.
That was never really.
Well, that's what it is.
Well, how's he losing money?
Oh my God.
How did
He has businesses and he does tours and shit. That's why he was talking about having a passport and all of this. Oh my God, cuz.
I understand. I'm just trying to understand.
Look,
it's
a business, nigga.
So how do they act? How can you have an ideation as a business?
It is a business. He
But
runs
then
a
why does it
business.
work?
His
So
business is tours.
Talking about I'm doing.
He does tours.
Yeah, over there.
Yes.
And still they picked up.
Exactly.
That's stupid as hell.
Oh my God.
No, you see the reason.
No, I don't.
It's supposed to be for over there, right?
You're just being contrary, just be contrary.
No,
It's frustrating,
over there, right?
Yes,
Okay,
it's called Pan-Africanism. It has African in it. It has African in it.
Listen,
what is your question? Yes, because we're not doing on these goddamn tours. The same reason James. Oh my God, cuz the same reason why James is getting upset.
For what?
Because he does these tours. He has a whole hotel over there. He's trying to get us to go over there as tourists and shit. We're not doing it. That's why he started off with saying it's not working no more. We're not going on these tours. You're not getting us to go on these tours. We know who the hell we are. We know where the hell we come from.
The words are in the
Oh my God.
Have a Pan-African experience.
Yes, buddy.
I ain't seen that ever.
Take tours of Ghana. Take tours of Kenya.
Yeah.
Take tours of Tanzania. Yes.
The words Pan-African.
Yes. Yes. The Pan-African experience.
That's crazy. I want to see that.
Oh, well.
I believe you.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I don't. But I just find that stupid as hell.
You just want to be contrary.
No, I don't. It's not that.
I'm trying to explain. Yes, it is. That's exactly what it is.
And you're the one acting frustrated.
Because you're
I'm
acting
trying to learn
slow.
You won't teach me.
You won't learn. You don't want to learn. You're the one that's acting stupid.
You the right question. You're the one.
I'm trying to explain the shit. You won't fucking shut up long enough for me to explain the shit.
It don't make no sense.
No, Lady Chicken, I'll get on the show no more.
Does it make sense?
When she's drunk.
I'm not drunk.
Yes, you are.
Because does it make sense? You get here from here going over there to do Pan-African tours, Pan-Africanism tours, but you don't really believe Pan-Africanism. So you're just over there explaining to people.
Exactly. Ding, 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 ding.
It has shit to do with us. Or the ideation.
It does have shit to do with us because he wants us to go over there so it can exploit us. So it does have something to do with us. God, you're slow. I'm moving on, y'all. She's pissing me off. Why did the U.S. end temporary protected status for Haitians? Well, what's else to find out? If you listen, you might actually learn something.
Subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
First thing we need to talk about, family, what's going on out here in the nation streets. Y'all hear what's going on with the Trump administration and Haiti and Haitians. Have y'all heard about that? Now, we know that Trump's administration was talking about stopping immigration from all third world countries. All right. Because that attack that happened in DC. So now they're laying the hammer down all over the place. They announced that Haiti no longer meets requirements for TPS, temporary protective status. So the Haitians got to leave. Let me read. This is from the Miami Herald. The Department of Homeland Security said on Wednesday they announced the end of temporary immigration protections for Haitians, adding them to a growing list of immigrant groups seeing their protected status revoked by the Trump administration. They did something similar to the Somalis up in Minnesota. They did something similar. All right. The decision, which becomes effective on February 3rd, 2026, could affect more than 500,000 Haitians living in the U.S. under what's known as temporary protected status. The designation was granted to Haiti after a string of natural and political disasters, starting with the catastrophic earthquake in 2010 that left the country in economic ruins. Barring potential legal delays from lawsuits, Haitians now face returning to an unstable country, facing one of the worst humanitarian crises as criminal gangs control all major roads in and out of the capital of Port-au-Prince and aggressively spread their terror to other regions. DHS in its Federal Register notice acknowledged that certain conditions in Haiti remain concerning, but despite that, and escalating violence that has engulfed Port-au-Prince, they've determined that there are no extraordinary and temporary conditions in Haiti that prevent Haitian nationals or aliens having no nationality who last habitually resided in Haiti from returning in safety, the agency wrote. So people you're about to get sent back to barbecue. Man. Man, this is getting heavy out here. It's getting heavy out here. Now, family, as we know, this is going to affect a lot of people, and it's going down. It's going down. And it shows how vulnerable these groups are when they don't have a strong, organized political shield behind them. In the past, foundational Black Americans, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, we were the default shield for immigrant Black groups. For a long time, we would be the ones stepping up by default, fighting for these groups. All right? Historically, when the U.S. cracked down on Black immigrants, Foundation of Black Americans, our organizations, churches, activists, we made noise, march, protest, forced politicians to back down. We weren't saying, are they Haitian? Are they Somalian? Are they Jamaican? We said, okay, these are Black people under attack. We're going to ride for them on principle.
Shabaka. He got convicted at the state level, not at the federal level. Immigration is a federal issue. It's criminal to come to another country illegally. You can't do that shit anywhere else but here in the United States. It just makes no sense that you keep saying, well, you have a fucking criminal in the White House. When is this motherfucker going to be incarcerated? Never.
They already did it.
He's never going to be incarcerated, Shabaka. You already know the answer to that question. I don't even know you ask those kind of questions. You ask questions that you already know the answer to. He's not going to get incarcerated. He's the president of the United States. All he's going to do is pardon himself when he leaves office, or if he decides to leave office. He might just start another war so he don't leave office. But either way, he's not going to jail. In a perfect world, he would go to jail, but this is not that. But these people is literally biting open the floodgates, let all these people in this damn country illegally, and now they got to go home. It's just as simple as that. You can't go to any other country talking about, I need asylum, but you don't.
Shoot the National Guard.
You can't shoot the National Guard and think you're just gonna get away with it. You can't break immigration laws and think, oh, I'm gonna be okay, and nothing's gonna happen to me. No, you're gonna get deported back to your home country.
And that was the will of the people. Will of the people did not want that shit no more. Because the immigrants are everywhere in basically all Black areas, and they were not being taken.
They dumped them in our communities.
The citizenship and the infrastructure of the indigenous, of the poor. How do you say that word? Indigent. Excuse me. Of the indigent. The indigent have an infrastructure like hospitals, medical care, and stuff for the poor, housing, things like that. And so when they start invading the infrastructure of the indigent, of the American citizens, who were citizens in the day, we are citizens, and it became a motherfucking problem. And it became more of a problem because they didn't do it in moderation. They let that shit open. Remember, she was the czar.
Yeah, remember, Kamala was the border czar.
For like, 4 years?
Yeah.
And for at least 3 of them, we didn't see them even after they dropped them fucking immigrants right out at her door. And she was still
they were dropping off in Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, and even when she was running for office, she never answered the question
of
what the fuck she was for those 2 years as the border czar.
Well, Governor Rolles was dropping them off.
Yep.
Right in front of their residence.
Yep.
And they was not doing nothing about it.
Nope. And it happened to be at a time when we got our new mayor at the end of it, like what we're talking about tomorrow, city council later on today, is it costs us $800,000 for that motherfucker to go and lie.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
they set up a $2 million defense fund for his ass.
Yeah, but then they just did an article on a Newsbreak. I haven't read it all the way. I just read the title of Relation. Just looked at it today, like literally 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's Governor Bud.
Yeah, we had to give that motherfucker a lawyer so he could go over to wherever, sit out in front of Congress or whatever, or the Senate, whoever he has to answer to, and lie his ass off. He didn't have to tell lies. He lied. You know what I mean? So, and that was in regards to the fucking migrants who constantly are begging for shit they should not have until a citizen gets out first.
Right. They shouldn't even be allowed to speak at these meetings.
Nah, and they take over. And they're being tokenized. And when you hear white people say they're being tokenized, Nobody is tokenizing them. Like I bring the children who bring out the seat. That's tokenizing. That's admitting to it. But when I say it, I'm a motherfucking asshole for saying it. Jesse says it, you were assholes for saying it. But you see, Eve or whatever it is, V, she did that shit last weekend. Nobody blinked or said anything.
Yeah.
They put their hand over the heart of mine. Real shit.
They have a whole homeland they can go back to.
Oh, the homeland. Not only that, but they came over like 8 countries. They couldn't stop in any of those places.
Just flip for what, Shabaka? You act like it's gonna be better with the Democrats in office.
It wouldn't have been better with that broad, and he knows it. You know it. If she left the border open for 3 years and didn't say nothing, you was never gonna work this out. What do you think she was gonna do if she was the president?
Continue to allow these mugs to flood our communities.
All right, he continued to put LGBTQ elbow emojis in front of us. Continue to advocate for that transition before your body's ready type bullshit. Continue to push all these other things and not care about black men or black women getting killed in the street. Not push that George Floyd bill that everyone's talking about. You know what I mean? Look, if everybody quiet, the Reverend Al Sharpton is speaking lately. I mean, it's kind of weird. Don Lemonade over there acting like, everybody should pick up arms and fuck it, not knowing that we're the ones that are going to get killed at the end of the day with backfire. You know what I mean? Think about it. So, if it was the right thing, when they convicted him, 34 fucking convictions of felonies.
State level.
State level. Yeah, it should be a fucking state prison, right? But
in New York State.
But they're not gonna put him there.
No.
Not even for the first one. Not even for the ones he has stayed on. He told that white lady all kind of money. So, and then now, he's president. Now, you listen to the talk when he's talking about other people. They're talking about money and stuff. He's talking about liquid money. Money you can touch, feel, put his hands on. That's tangible money. You know what I mean? He got to stay with some tangible funds around or else. And he's capable of, doing all kinds of other ugly madness. So we have to be more vigilant. Doesn't matter if he's a criminal at this point. Even what he's doing is borderline on ugly. He could do a lot of fucking damage that is worse than what is worse than what he had already been doing. Worse than what he's already been doing. It could get a lot worse. He's talking about calling us. He calling it like the what do you call it? The army or the war within, right?
Yeah, it'd be nice to get some independence.
Yeah. Yeah. And what happened with the dude? You see, if you don't like it, cut him out. See how he feels about certain news people call him stupid and everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's fake. It's not real. Now we're under, if you watch the RBA talking about volunteers. It's crazy work. So there's not really much we can really do to watch and stay out the motherfucker way.
Right. Continue to mind our own FBA business.
Right. Keep an eye on things, because we, that shit with the EBT stuff, that affected us. The shit with the housing money.
Yeah, but it affected his people even more. Because it's more of his people on shit than it's us.
Right. So, but they don't even have a backup plan. So we keep in mind, one time I said it on the RBA, if you read that 2025 that book of fucking fearmonger, just pretend he was black and look at everything he said.
Right.
Right? Just pretend we're looking at a chocolate trunk. Mm. Okay? He's basically saying everything.
Chocolate tangerine.
Yeah, it had chocolate tangerine. Basically saying everything except extra from the 10-point plan.
Yeah.
Really emphasizing extra, which is no more, no government, this and that.
And both the Democrats and the Republicans have had a hand in Project 2025.
Right. Like, look who endorsed Koala. Right?
The founder of Project 2025.
Exactly. You know that it's all about it's all about money. So they gotta live in the principle. But we know what we should do, Shabaka, is definitely keep our eyes out for the fucking encampments that are gonna be popping up. Because they're already starting to build them. They put them, I covered it on the RBA yesterday morning. They're already building these homeless encampments. Being out of Trump's own mouth, he said what he said. He's like, "You want to get help and da 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 da." Well, then we're gonna have to find you help. And other than that, he said we're gonna put them in these encampments way out of nowhere.
Yeah, them internment camps.
Yeah, so that shit started coming flourish like that. Like you said, so we need to keep that in mind.
They're gonna put all the unhoused in these damn camps.
And everybody they thinking.
And they're gonna cut the water off.
Yep. And so everything you say is coming to fruition, but this all we wouldn't even know. But they know more about us than we do now. The Palantir. He wants the people to have fear in their hearts so that other people can sleep good at night. So basically, fear the poor and the whatever. So fat.
Of the undesirables.
Yep, so fat cats can sleep well in their beds. You know.
He said they built them in Death Valley.
They built one in Utah.
They built one in Mormon country in Utah.
Look, just read the signs. A lot of stuff is happening in Utah.
Yeah.
Mormon country.
Mm-hmm.
The Latter-day Saints, they do a lot of funding. Don't get it twisted.
The same state where that racist white supremacist Charlie Kirk was pew-pewed.
Yeah. Right, but the Church of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons church, I know. A funny little fact. The dog was still down there trying to get adopted.
Yeah, they got desert in Utah too.
Lots of it. That's what you see. They're on the backside of Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're in Utah, and you're looking at the mountains, you're looking at the back of the mountains.
Yeah.
I was there for a little over 2-3 months the first time.
Mm-hmm.
When I got older, I went over there again for a little trip, and
Where was you in Salt Lake?
Eating stuff with just plain olive oil in it.
Where were you at? In Salt Lake?
Where should you?
Or in Provo?
Or Salt Lake.
Oh, Salt Lake.
Yeah, the main city. See, that's what it's called, right?
Yeah, Salt Lake City.
I think I was about 5 black people.
Yeah.
My whole time there, the first time, right?
Yeah, especially by Moab, it really gets hot.
You know what I mean? Second time, I was in an Italian household. Or said I was learning how to cook.
Well, even St. George gets hot. Yeah.
There I could. I lost 15 pounds just eating stuff with olive oil, like natural olive oil.
It was hot the last time I was there. And I went to Green River, Salt Lake City. I went to the Salt Flats, where they have the races, where they race those hover cars at 700 miles an hour. And there was some other town called Oak something. And they had a whole little parade. And we drove through the parade, and they were so happy to see us. Like they had never seen black people ever before.
I'm about to say, yeah. And when they do see us, it's probably like one of
I've seen a few deer crossing the road.
What's the first thing white people want to do when they meet black people?
And I met Tupac's son, or some dude that kept saying he was Tupac's son.
That's a question, Jesse.
In Green River.
And then the first thing, this is like the first thing white people want to do. First thing white people want to do when they first encounter one of us.
They want to touch our hair.
Touch our hair. That's the There's a DDD we're playing with that. Fucking touch our hair. Man. Stay nigga. That's number 3.
That's number 3. That's number 2.
Number 2 is asking the stupidest questions about the skin.
Yeah.
Your skin comes off on your clothes.
Yeah.
Then we smell you.
Yeah. St. George gets hot, and the Bonneville Salt Flats is nothing but heat. Yep.
Do you really like? I mean, I got a couple of top 10 things that white people do. Like,
So I think his question is what part of Utah?
I think Salt Lake. If I remember correctly. Oh, the
Where they're putting it in the camp.
I don't know. I don't remember because I literally when the internet stopped working, I was passed out like I'm about to do right now. My heart was acting funny, so I can't remember exactly where. But it's on the RVA. It's on the RVA today. But yeah, that shit is going up. I'll find out. There's fucking. I didn't like going to I liked it and I didn't like it because when you go out to Utah. There's not very many. There's like no black people.
Looks like maybe a handful of black people in that whole state.
Mm-hmm. And it's Mormon country.
Mm-hmm.
And it's poly Mormon country.
Like when they said Charlie Kirk went to one of the whitest states in the country, it was not lying.
Yeah, it's really white.
And that bastard thought he was safe, and he still got pew pew.
Yeah, and that motherfucker did that whole thing. He slid down, and I mean, also too, you wouldn't, you gotta think about the Mormons.
Mm-hmm.
That gay shit, kind of still closeted.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That, pride shit, very low.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to the Haitians. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that, ladies here.
And that protection made a lot of immigrant groups feel like the U.S. would never really turn on them because they got us to ride for them. And they thought, okay, they just assumed that the foundational Black American protest machine was going to always be there. Huh? But family, because foundational Black Americans, we're now delineating and prioritizing ourselves. A lot of other groups, they just don't have that automatic.
Yeah, they got maybe 1,000. And majority of them are in Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Provo.
They're not black.
Automatic protection.
Black on the outside. All the way white on the inside.
No, one of my mom's boyfriends was from Utah. His name is Jeff. He was pretty black. But
You have to keep his blackness.
mm-hmm. They used to stay in Montbello, as a matter of fact. His sister had a house on Pensacola.
Mm-hmm.
And when we stop automatically centering all of these immigrant struggles over our own reparations and things like that, over our own economic repair, that meant a lot of these groups couldn't just sit back and rely on foundational Black American outrage as a force field. So when that temporary protective status ends or immigration crackdowns hits, there's not going to be that same national foundational Black American uproar to stall these policies. See, the problem is, family, we as foundational Black Americans, we would step up for these groups. And what's interesting, the Haitians and Somalis.
Interesting. They said the Black population in Utah is approximately 72,756.
That's a number. That's a big number.
And like I said, they're mainly in Provo, Ogden, and Salt Lake City.
Are getting hit hardest first. And for years, disrespect towards foundational Black Americans, that helped create that isolation that these people are now facing. Man, it was Haitians and Somalis. It was some of the main ones all on these spaces, doing interviews, hopping on podcasts, crapping on us. Come on, let's talk about it. Oh, we're going to talk about it. Man.
They only represent 2.1% of the state.
When I heard that on the Tether's page, I was like, oh no, they're going to kidnap us and take our melanin
Mm-hmm.
for sale.
Well,
Sell off our organs.
the melanin has gone up.
And sell off our organs.
The price of melanin has gone up.
You think about when the white boys wanted to kill all the motherfuckers from Haiti and enslave the women and children.
Yeah.
They were trying to restart slavery.
They wanted to make them sex slaves. Damn degenerates.
That's what you're saying. You know, you get the slaves and you get the slaves. That's shit. That's how I felt like that was gonna go there. Like, this is fucking no, man. We get 2035. That shit ain't going down at all.
Right.
But I would just like for somebody to test the white boy's temperature. I see how far they can get in Haiti. I don't think they make it more than an hour.
Yeah, they're trying to take over that island that's off the coast of Haiti.
They do all that. And like, you gotta be worried about the women too. Women are dangerous. Anything that comes, to harm their children or anybody's children,
Right.
people get really fucking protected.
Yeah. The maternal instinct is gonna kick in.
Some of these Haitians and we done rode for Haiti. Hell, I did a movie about Haiti. As much as we've done to try to help Haiti and step up for Haiti, these folks. Okay.
Shabaka said he's out. He got a lot to do tomorrow. Okay. Thank you for joining us, Shabaka. Have a good night.
Yeah.
What I hate when my thing does that. But these Haitian folks, man, they were all on podcasts. Yeah, I'm Haitian. I ain't like Black Americans. I got a culture. They ain't got no culture. Come on. The disrespect from the Roland Martins. Every other broadcast, we some stupid fools, dumbass fools, stuck on stupid. We got your folks over here talking at us crazy. Y'all don't vote for Kamala. Y'all dumb as hell. Y'all stupid ass fools.
Polly.
Man, y'all come on. Come on. Come on. Man, we up here trying to honor your history and trying to step up for you. And then y'all turn around and tell us we stupid fools and we ain't got no culture. Hell, in the last couple of weeks, y'all seen people call in here Haitian. Y'all hear how crazy these Haitian women be talking? Come on, come on. These Haitian women call up here talking crazy. Talking about, yeah, we need to thank them for freedom and they built the U.S. Talking about Haitians built the U.S. and the Haitians built the White House and they got us free. Like, what? What? It's talking crazy. And the Somalis too. Come on, the Somalis were the main ones on Twitter Spaces and Clubhouse. Oh, with that baby mama, y'all smoke crack and y'all eat Popeye's chicken and calling us the N-word with the hard ER. Yeah, I did. Somebody said, did I have a documentary about Haiti? Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Hey, yeah, I did a documentary. I'm honoring the history. I'm putting my money out there to put films together to honor the history. They send folks, they have people like Kai Sanat, who's over here emulating our culture, talking about we don't have culture.
Yeah, you remember when you did that?
Huh?
I got on it too.
So
Sure, coming on it.
these people, immigrant groups come over here, the Black immigrant groups, talking about we're late.
Tore that motherfucker apart. It was video after video after video after video talking about everything you wear is a foundation of American. American. Your tree in the bag is $55 for that shit. You're like everything you have, right? The robot, everything you have, anything it is this point. And this motherfucker Kyson Knight was like, he was like, you're just black. You're just black. Black. You're not anything else. Like he's a Haitian American. He's like, what? Oh my God. He's like, But you're just black. Just black.
Yeah, we're biggity black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all.
And I'm biggity black. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good song.
Yeah.
Easy, and we got to stay away from the Yankees and their Carters, and we're jealous of them. We ain't got no culture.
Tell you what.
While simultaneously enjoying the fruits of our civil rights struggle and our street level organizing. And now, people, you're seeing that form of disrespect has consequences.
Yep.
You can't just keep publicly spitting on the same group whose protest power and advocacy made this country even tolerable for you, and then expect some kind of emotional or political or grassroots energy when your status is now on the chopping block. See, these folks thought, come on now.
Yeah.
They thought and assumed that whiteness and the Democrat Party would protect them more than foundational Black Americans. They thought, okay, we're here now. The Democrats be running stuff. They're all powerful white people. So I'm here. I'm kissing up to them. So I'm good. And y'all were the ones saying how different you were from us. Well, we're going to talk about it tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to talk about it tonight. Y'all were the ones saying how different you were from us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? I'm not Black, I'm Haitian. Okay. That's fine.
Jamaica.
I got a culture, they don't. Okay. All right. Got it.
That's a good question. I don't recall them saying. I don't recall them saying, "Hey, here's a fund fix Jamaica."
No, but it was right then around then they were like Jamaicans were like, fuck us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's that funny time to say fuck Black Americans. Right?
Yeah, I don't recall them. Like,
it tickles me when everybody
usually when there's a natural disaster, like when Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico.
Yeah. No real news coverage.
When Katrina hit the United States, there was a call to action on Katrina. They waited on Katrina too. So, but when Helene hit, the South last year, there was a call to action. Hey, fund to help the victims of blah 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 hurricane blah 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 blah.
Right.
I don't recall them doing that for Hurricane Melissa.
But
Y'all was sending over the Q people who started World Star. He was a Haitian. You come over here and start portraying the worst of Black culture and profiting off of it. While we put out movies like 1804 uplifting your culture, you come over here with Q and you start World Star that shows ratchetness nonstop that puts a black eye on our culture. Y'all have Haitians like Mona Scott Young, who comes over and produces Love and Hip Hop. Ratchet TV that shows horrible, ratchet images of melanated people, and many of them are immigrants. Who's on Love and Hip Hop, by the way?
Okay.
Come on.
that was an awesome.
So you thought aligning yourself with the white liberals, the Democrat machine, and creating these anti-Black American websites that shows degenerate behavior that prioritizes that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you were going to be the model minority. You thought you were going to be safe. And now the DHS, they're stripping those protections. These same white-led systems, notice the white people, they ain't really stomping for you. Sandra Rose, yeah, Lipstick Alley is Tether Damn Central. Lipstick Alley is a cesspool of hateful ass anti-FBA tethers.
Alley, Blacc.
So now Trump, man, they didn't strip that status away. They're about to start shipping people out. The white liberals ain't said nothing. Huh? The white tea liberals ain't saying nothing. They ain't stomping for you. You thought you were in there, huh? Y'all thought y'all were in there with the white liberals. What's up, Brother Leo? Y'all shout out to Brother Leo. Y'all tap the screen when you come in here and share the space. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on now. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's talk about it. It's heavy. So, Foundational Black American Delineation, it's showing accountability out here in these streets. We're prioritizing ourselves first. We're not going to be guilted into centering everybody else's agenda over ours. That shift changes the whole political ecosystem. So when a policy like this for Haitians comes down, it exposes who actually built power, who has built-in power, who has coalitions. You know? For a lot of these groups who spend years integrating into these anti-FBA narratives, this is a heavy backlash. And see, this is what happens, family. People, I want you non-FBAs to listen. This is what happens when you attack the only Black group that actually challenges U.S. power. You understand something? These Pan-African conferences, they ain't moving the needle. NGOs ain't really moving the needle like that. Yeah. The people who really got you temporary protected status, that was Foundational Black Americans in the first place. Our civil rights struggle, our voting rights, our anti-police brutality organizing and uprisings. See, that made America sensitive to humanitarian Black crises in the first place, okay? That was us. So when these Haitians and Somali voices started joining in on the anti-FBA propaganda, calling us divisive and y'all FBAs are CIA funded when we want to kind of prioritize ourselves, you were helping to weaken the one block that actually can move the needle with the U.S. government. And now we're focused on reparations, lineage. So now this is why they hammering down on you, because see, folks know that we ain't protecting other people like that. Because these folks try to gaslight us. They try to, okay, yeah, we got some tethers in here mad and upset. Hop on in, mad tether, hop on in. Yeah, y'all trolling in the chat room, but you're not hopping on in here. You're gonna be hopping on up out of here. And they start getting you up out. Listen to me. You can be mad in the chat room. Yeah, that's the problem. All of that antagonism, because see, we weren't attacking anybody. You ain't really got nothing to attack. The minute we say, you know what, for right now, in this next little election cycle, we're gonna have to prioritize foundational Black American agendas right now. We've been fighting for so many other people. We got to really take care of ourselves. Sometimes you fight so much, you got to really tend to your own wounds. Like we got to stitch ourselves up. We've been fighting everybody's battle. So we have to, bandage ourselves up. We have to stitch ourselves up. We have to get it together. So what we're going to do, we just got to prioritize ourselves right now, just so we're good. And then all of a sudden, we got attacked for prioritizing ourselves. You are divisive, niggas. You are MAGA. You must work for Contrapro. You are the CIA if you want to prioritize yourself. We got all of this massive disrespect simply because we wanted to prioritize ourselves, just like you guys are prioritizing yourselves. You prioritize yourselves, and nobody bats an eye. We want to prioritize ourselves, and y'all running around talking about we're the CIA and the federal government is funding us and all of these tether lies. And that's another thing. We just got tired. We don't just all the lying and scamming. You're coming around lying all the time. So we're like, okay, just do you. We ain't trying to harm you because we don't get nothing out of harming you, but go do you. Go just do you. Just go over there and do you. Mark Long, you got 30. Hold on, Mark Long, you're going to have to get on. If you're not going to be in the comment section just trolling out of anger and jealousy. You're not going to do that. Mark Long, you're going to have to get on up and speak on camera, sir, or speak in the queue. You're not going to troll in the chat room, okay? You're not going to troll in the chat room. You're going to have to step on up, and you got 30 seconds to do so, or you're going to get taken out of here. Okay, we got this person here. Now, what's happening? Hop on, man. Come on, no relation. You're not going to be in the chat room just saying stuff. Now, you're on the stage. You're going to say anything?
I said FBA is not a real thing.
Oh,
they don't exist.
Yes, it does. That's why your people are getting deported.
My people's not getting deported at all.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. That's very real, and the consequences are real. That comes from real advocacy and a real group of lineage sitting down and not caping for you, sir. How do you feel about that?
So let me ask you.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about
how I feel about what? That's
the lineage not caping for you and your people being threatened with deportation?
My people are not being threatened with deportation.
Yes, they are.
No, they're really not.
Yes, sir. You have a foreign accent, sir.
Nah, I'm actually I got a little bit of a cold. I don't have no foreign accent.
Where's your family from, sir? Just be honest.
Florida.
You're Caribbean.
I mean, part of my family from the Bahamas, but
no, you're Caribbean.
We Floridian.
You're Caribbean, sir.
I'm Caribbean and Floridian.
You're Caribbean. You're Bahamian. You're not a foundational Black American, sir.
No, I was born in Orlando, Florida.
You're an anchor baby. That's called being an anchor baby.
That's not being an anchor baby.
That's 100% being an anchor baby.
My grandmother's from Sanford, Florida. My grandfather's from Nassau, Bahamas. I'm not an anchor baby.
You're Caribbean. Your whole family's Caribbean, sir.
Nah, not really. My whole family's from Georgia, actually.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. You're a lying child.
Oh man, you're making it hard. You're making it difficult to try to square the circle. But no, sir, I'm actually from Florida.
Sir, you're lying. You came in lying already. You talking about?
No, I really didn't. Actually, you
came. First of all, you don't talk over me. We don't do that. You came in the room lying, talking about FBA ain't a real thing. The hell it ain't. We 40.
It's not a real thing.
Yeah, we 43 million deep. The hell you mean? We ain't immigrants like you.
Name a legislation, sir, that you started.
Yeah, we're 43 million. Yeah, the 14th Amendment.
How deep you are? Name a legislation that you started, sir.
Sir, the 14th Amendment, sir. Yeah,
you got kicked out of ADOS. What is the legislation?
No, don't you? Kicked out of. Okay, now you're trolling. Oh,
I'm not trolling. I'm being serious.
You're trolling now. Oh, the 14th. Yeah, I'm up here talking. You asked me about
legislation. You brought me up, and now you're saying
now you're trying to troll out. This is what I'm saying.
You brought me up.
Stop
trying to correct.
No. You trying to troll out. You trying to troll out. You asked me about legislation. I'm about to run it down. You talking about kicked out of ADOS. I was never in no damn organization.
Name a legislation.
Why did you just lie?
Name a legislation.
No. You ain't gonna just
name a legislation.
I just did.
That you started.
I just did.
The 13th Amendment.
I just
not
did.
your legislation.
Yes, it is.
What
it is.
FBA?
That's foundational Black American legislation. What are you talking about?
No, it's not, sir.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What is it?
Yeah,
a white man has squared that circle regarding that legislation. What did
sir?
What did you start?
Sir, the 14th Amendment was a foundational Black American grassroots movement. That was a grassroots movement from us.
It really was not, sir. It really was not.
Well, how is the tether going to tell us our history?
So because
William Nesbitt and these
because
people, you're not just going to sit up here lying. You're not going to sit up here lying, sir. You lying tether. This is why y'all getting deported. Yeah, you're not going to sit up here lying,
sir. Right. No, sir, nobody believes. Anybody that know me, first of all, know that I'm not even from Bahamas. Second of all,
who cares? Okay, yeah, you're not just gonna sit up here lying like a damn guy. Okay, who gives a damn? There you go. Okay, we're not gonna have no musty tether sit up here lying. Family, this, ladies and gentlemen, is why folks are getting put up out of here. Right there, ladies and gentlemen, in real time. All he's gonna do is lie. The 14th Amendment, that was a foundational, the 13th and 14th Amendment, that was a foundational Black American grassroots movement led by people like William Nesbitt and others coming out of Philadelphia. That was the Black grassroots organizing that. You think white people woke up and said, hey, let's make these people equal citizens under the law? No, we had to stomp for that. I'm like, physically fight these people, getting into shootouts, and it was a big thing. That was a Black grassroots movement. Look at people like William Nesbitt and others. That was a Black grassroots movement. Most of these civil rights laws started from us mobilizing on the grassroots. The voting rights, fair housing, immigration came from us too. Fair, equal immigration, that's us too. We were stomping for that. We said we're going to make everything equal. We're the only people that have stomped and pushed for equal legislation for everybody. That came from a Black grassroots mobilized unit. All right. This fool, he thought he was going to come in here trolling and lying. You got kicked out of it. I ain't never, ever co-signed the organization ADOS. Never. Don't come in here lying. I ain't never co-signed that organization, ever. ADOS is a dead brand because of it. Anytime I talked about being a descendant of slave, I've always said lineage. I ain't never co-signed. I said all that shit about a group and a leader. No. I ain't got nothing to do with no damn group, no leader, none of that shit. Them running around talking about they're the leaders or something, I don't know what they're talking about. I ain't got nothing to do with that. And that's why people stopped even referring to the term ADOS and all that, because they were flipping it on some shit that nobody was co-signing. Most people weren't co-signing no damn ADOS organization. Don't let them weasel in them damn lies. Most people never co-signed the organization damn ADOS. When we talked about American descendants of slaves, we're just talking about a lineage. These fools start running around here confusing people, talking about they're the leaders and all that dumb shit. I'm like, oh, no, we ain't got no. You know, y'all tap the screen. But again, as we see, a lying tether showing his lying tether stripes, and then you wonder why we ain't really stepping up. That, ladies and gentlemen, is why foundational Black Americans just got tired. We got tired of this. What are we going to do with this? We're not going to build nothing with this. Even the whole Pan-African dream, we get all of these Sambos and all these people from all these other places, and we're going to have one big Black utopia. The grassroots realize, hey, man, there's too many lying, scamming ass, tribalistic folks coming over here with that same cutthroat ass mentality. They ain't really trying to build nothing. We can't build nothing with people lying and scamming. Lying ain't even looked down upon. You got to understand something. These people, man, they come from a culture. With us, foundational Black American, lying is looked down upon. Yeah, there are people who lie, but it's looked down upon. It's like, hey, when you establish yourself as a liar, nobody wants to rock with you. So you got to move on to another circle somewhere. In their culture, that's not looked down upon. They sit there practicing their lies. Okay, when you get there, you tell them you're 15 years old, tell them that you are a refugee, you're trying to get asylum, tell them somebody committed a crime against you so you can get a U visa. Everything is a lie and a scam. Yeah, they practice their lies with each other. You know, we don't have to live like that. We don't, as foundational Black Americans, that's not our culture. Yeah. But yeah, this is heavy. This is a wake-up call. What's happening with this temporary protective status thing getting taken away? This is heavy. See, we're going to stay laser focused on our agenda, which is reparations, lineage-based policy, protection for our communities, and just maintaining our cultural integrity. And we're not going to get emotionally hijacked every time the system turns on another group that never really stood for us like that. You see, these folks thought that they would crap on us to get clout with the dominant society. How's that working? Yeah. See, the thing is, the foundational Black American delineation movement, it removed that automatic safety net, forcing everybody to see the real power structure and who had their back all along. See, the thing is, man, a lot of these people, these non-FBAs from the Caribbean and Africa, these people miscalculated foundational Black American power. Now they're seeing the consequences of it. See, they ran around here talking about we ain't got this, oh, found FBAs, y'all ain't got no political power, y'all ain't got no culture. See, these people thought, you know what they did, family? They mistook foundational Black American tolerance for powerlessness. They thought because we tolerated a lot of their horse shit that we were powerless. Like, no. We just ain't flex the power. No, we kind of gave people grace. We gave grace. We said, hey, man, y'all better get it together. What are you going to do, nigga? I'm here now. I am here. Yeah, family, there was a video of a Haitian woman, and I wish I've been looking for this video. It was a couple of years ago. They were calling her out for saying something greasy about Black Americans, and she doubled down. I forgot what her name was, and I've been looking for the video. Boy, she was talking so much shit. She was like, yeah, I said what I said. I'm here now. I am here. I can't be deported. I'm here. I'm making money. I'm booked and busy. What you can do? Yeah, my bills are paid. Ha, 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 ha. She was like very antagonistic. Not Jessie Wu. That's another one who be talking crazy. That's Jessie Wu. That's another one. But it was another chick, man. I cannot find that video of her. Y'all remember who I'm talking about. She's like, yeah, what you can do? What you can do? I'm here. My bills are paid. Yeah, I'm booked and busy. I'm making money over here. Yeah, y'all ain't going to do nothing. What's her name? Mimi Lee. Yeah, I want to find that video of her. Oh, I've been looking for that video. Hey, I never forgot that video. Yeah, I never forgot that video. That was a couple of years ago. Is her name Mimi Lee? Okay. She was talking cash shit. Like we're here. Y'all can't do nothing. Yeah. They were like, yeah, we taking over. Yeah, we here now. We taking over. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, it was very antagonistic. Like, okay. See, these immigrant groups, they would come into our neighborhoods, churches, activism spaces, cultural circles. And instead of understanding that as grace and hospitality, that we have, they said, okay, these folks will let us do anything. So they assume that these Black Americans can't gatekeep anything. They let everybody in. But what they didn't understand is we're just being generous. We weren't being powerless. We're like, hey, man, we don't want to flip on your ass, but you might want to get your mind right. And they said, hey, we can't do nothing. You're here now. You're going to take over. You making all your money. Okay. So now we said, okay, we're going to delineate. And now we're going to enforce boundaries. Yeah. And many of these people, they believe because they infiltrated a lot of foundational Black American platforms that they've taken over the culture. See, a lot of these people, they've been slipped in these FBA created spaces and media, hip hop activism, scholarship lanes, Black coalitions, all this stuff. And they start acting like they had equal ownership. So they thought, okay, yeah, we can get on your panels and dictate what resources are going to go to you and all this. So we said, no, we're changing all of that. They didn't understand just because we weren't gatekeeping yet that we lacked the ability to gatekeep. Oh, no. You're seeing in real time that we're gatekeeping. Oh, we're gatekeeping. See, they thought foundational Black American political disorganization was permanent, but it was just suppressed. It wasn't absent. See, foundational Black Americans, we spent years under manufactured narratives like, well, Black people can't unify, Black people don't stick together. No, and many immigrants, they believed those lies, and they thought that we lacked cultural cohesion. They didn't realize something deeper, family. Even when we argue publicly, we organize silently and we vote strategically. Now, we'll put some differences to the side now. Yeah, we'll beef or whatever, but we can put some shit to the side. Up in LA, we had the Bloods and Crips going at each other. When things popped off in 92, there was a truce. We were all standing together. Everybody put that down, the differences to the side. You see? See, this delineation movement, that tapped into this latent unity that a lot of outsiders didn't really see coming. So all of a sudden, the same foundational Black Americans that they assumed were disorganized, we began influencing elections. We started shifting political discourse. We started setting these national narratives. And now everybody was like, oh shit. What is this? Oh, they didn't see this coming. And the foundational Black American Renaissance movement blindsided a lot of people, family. They thought, okay, we're just going to talk it down and denigrate it and all that stuff, and it didn't work. The foundational Black American Renaissance movement is very powerful right now. And it's all over. It's big. They can't control it. There is no leader, so you can't attack me. You can't attack no one person. And now people are shook, and there are consequences, ladies and gentlemen. See, a lot of these people thought disrespect wouldn't cause consequences because they saw many foundational Black Americans as too forgiving. These tethers were running around acting like we didn't have the ability or willingness to penalize disrespect, all that stuff, calling us akatas, lazy, cultureless, jealous, slaves. They thought nothing would come out of that. They thought they were good. But yeah, delineation changed the rules. They underestimated foundational Black American cultural dominance until they needed it. Foundational Black American culture defines global Black identity, ladies and gentlemen. Music, slang, activism, political framing, historic narratives, public discourse, everything. These people thought they could mock us while still leveraging our culture and our visibility to advance their own agendas. But now There's cultural blocking, and we're saying, no, no, no. Your culture is there. This is our culture. You do what you do. Since you say your culture is all that, you go ahead and relish in your culture. We're not going to stomp for you. You need to stomp for yourselves. And y'all don't have no traction. See, when it's up to you to stomp for yourself, things just go all downhill. Because people got cocky and confident, forgetting that y'all don't really have a history of stomping against the powers that be. I ain't talking about a one-hit wonder in 1804. I'm talking about consistently. A lot of these folks don't have a consistent track record of stomping against the powers that be. We do. Yeah. And they assume that our foundational Black American influence, it couldn't be weaponized. But delineation proved we can withhold collective power. Sometimes chilling out is a weapon. See, that's the thing. That's how powerful we can be. We can withhold votes. That's power. We can withhold cultural support. That's power. We can withhold social validation. That's power. We can redirect political narratives. That's power. We can publicly separate ourselves from other groups and their struggles. That is power, ladies and gentlemen. And we don't have to lay a finger on you. Oh, y'all thought that we couldn't flex power. We're flexing power, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? Oh, somebody made a great point. Somebody said we can withhold blackness. Yeah, we can let you know who's really Black and who's not. But I just like to say, hey, who ain't foundational Black American and who's not?
When there is stank on the streets, there's only one man who will bring the heat.
Hey, Rootwork Jones, why you gotta split, sugar?
These musty jive turkeys think it's a game out here. I gotta get out here and show them I mean business. Can you dig it?
None of these smelly suckers can relax because Rootwork Jones is back. Is the return of Dolomust, the Sultan of Stank. His mission? To turn Harlem into a musty mecca.
I'm going to plant a must bomb in Harlem. When it detonates, everyone in Harlem will be musty.
Rootwork Jones has to shake up the block. He has a limited time before the bomb drops.
Word on the street is Dolomust's men planted a bomb in a Cadillac in Harlem.
Thanks, Mama. Can Rootwork Jones find the bomb before it explodes?
Where is the Cadillac with the must bomb, sucker?
Or will the city go into musty mode?
There's a couple blocks over that way.
Rootwork Jones is behind the wheel, socking stanky suckers all in their grills. Come see Rootwork Jones in Musty Inferno. Go to rootworkstyle.com for more info. Sucker.
Walt Disney sold magic, yet some of that magic drew a color line. Some of their very early cartoons was based on blackface minstrel shows, and those cartoons showed young audiences who was at the center and who was the punchline. So join us today while we talk about the dark history of Disney magic. I'm your host, Country Boy. This is One Mic Black History. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. But without further ado, let's get started. Early American cartoons borrowed straight from blackface minstrel shows. The big lips, the wide eyes, ragtime gags, the jungle jokes. The stage tricks slid directly into ink and paint. Even the music carried it. In 1928, Mickey plays Turkey in the Straw, once known as Old Zip Coon, a minstrel favorite. People laughed, but the laugh sat on an old wound. Through the early 30s, the same gag will repeat. A light character explodes, tar falls, or they land in a mud puddle and they turn up dark. In 1933, Mickey's melodrama puts it right on the nose. Mickey and friends stage Uncle Tom's Cabin, and Mickey blackens his face with the firecracker to get ready. And this continued with other cartoons. In Fantasia, a black centronet served white centaurs. That was cut out in later releases. In Dumbo, the crows speak in minstrel code. In Peter Pan, a song asks, what made the red man red? Piece by piece, the screen taught who was central and who was invisible or comic relief. Then came the Song of the South in 1946. It was part live action, part animation. It set a soft story of Reconstruction, but it played like a dream of an old Southern plantation. Cheerful workers, limited problems, no beatings, and no chains. The NAACP warned the studio before the release that the film glorifies a past and carries dangerous stereotypes. The American Council on Race Relations raised red flags. Even the Hayes office urged Disney to consult responsible Negro authorities. Black leaders spoke out. Walter White of the NAACP pressed filmmakers to bring in qualified reviewers to catch false images. Ebony ran a full-page critique calling the movie lily white propaganda that pushed Uncle Tomism. Disney would then hire Clarence Muse as a consultant, but he quit when his suggestions for dignity were ignored. He then warned the black public. Screenwriter Morris Ralph tried to add spine to the script with lines like Uncle Remus saying, "I am a free man," but left when the direction backslid. There were protests in cities like New York, LA, San Francisco, and Boston. Signs read, "We want films on democracy, not slavery, and don't prejudice children's minds." Segregation even kept the black cast from the Atlanta premiere. Major reviewers called it a travesty of the Old South, and for decades, Disney kept the film off U.S. home video. And today, it's still not on any streaming service. The debate never really stopped, and that debate mattered. It forced Disney to hear what we were saying and rethink films like Song of the South. All of this brought us to the opening of Disneyland in 1955. It opened with the promise to all who come to this happy place. Walt said that this was not just pony rides. He wanted kids to learn something about their heritage. The TV specials matched that mission, cast the brand as a trusted teacher of good patriotic values. And this fit the post-war movement when America was redefining itself. Films and parks leaned hard on tradition to make the story feel safe. But innocence can be a filter. And to sell the Magic Kingdom, the rough parts had to be scrubbed away. Critics called it dystopia. Disney plus distorted history. A early brochure even bragged, "In Disneyland, you'll see yesterday, tomorrow, and fantasy, but nothing of the present." That choice put a bright light on a white middle-class America and dimmed everyone else. Black faces were slow to appear, and when they did, they rarely spoke. Main Street USA and Frontierland let the company frame heritage on its own terms. Years later, Epcot, the American adventure, spanned 4 centuries and only had a handful of black figures. The message was clear. The nation's story moved forward without black folks at the center. And there was politics behind Disney's polish. Public records show that Walt kept friendly relations with the FBI. The Bureau got access to the studio and at times input on how agents appeared on screen. And Disney's trademark innocence helped sell America's patriotic image. Yet, inside the studio, there were some firsts. Animator Floyd Norman worked on features in the late 50s and early 60s. He's often named as Disney's first black animator. He says Walt treated everybody equal. And that matters But the first isn't a fix, and on-screen patterns were slow to move. In the early 90s, protesters pushed for change to ugly lyrics in Aladdin, and Dumbo's crows and Peter Pan stereotypes continued to remain sore points. In the 2000s, pressure continued to mount. Scholars mapped history, and fans and parents spoke up. The company responded in steps. In 2009, Tiana became the first Black animated princess in The Princess and the Frog. It was a milestone with debate. Why did Tiana spend so much time as a frog? And why did early designs echo old Black stereotypes? Even so, later films like Moana and Soul push broader casts and questions, yet progress and critique continued to live side by side. In 2020, Disney added content advisories to older films on its platform. These works include negative depictions and mistreatment. The stereotypes were wrong then and they're wrong now, but the film stayed up to continue to spark conversation. The park shifted too. Rides once themed to the Song of the South were rethemed to Tiana's World, and Zippity Doo-Dah tied to that film has been pulled from the park's music loops. These choices don't rewrite the past, but they aim for a better future. So why did all of this happen? Well, that's heavy and simple. Minstrel was America's big stage form in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Its rhythm, the pictures soaked into vaudeville, sheet music, early recordings, and then animation. The industry didn't invent that river, it just swam in it. And a leader like Disney helped set the water level. For Black audiences, the screen taught you were the joke, the servant, the unseen. For white audiences, it taught you that you were the default. Watch it long enough, and that story starts to feel like truth, and it defines how people treat you in the real world. So why does any of this still matter? Cartoons aren't just cartoons. They are school after school. They teach who belongs, who's funny, who's dangerous, who's silent. And when we ask for more from those stories that we buy, we build a new normal for the next generation. We can enjoy the music, the artistry, and the memories, and still tell the truth about the color line behind the Disney magic. Love the craft, label the harm, and ask for a better tomorrow. Thank you. I'm your host, Country Boy. This has been One Mic Black History, and this has been the questionable story of Disney magic. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. I'd like to thank all my financial contributors. Without you, none of this could be possible. Thank you all. Peace.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are at it again. And you know of the story out of Birmingham, Alabama, with Mama's Gifted Hands, where she decided to grab the sister's hair because they agreed to a $200 braiding price, but they used human hair and they wanted to upcharge $50, but it wasn't in the agreement because when the lady dropped the text message, the sister that exposed all this, you can clearly see she said $200. Not like she said, okay, well, synthetic hair, $200, $250 for human. Which one you want? It wasn't none of that. She just said $200. She put human hair in there and she wanted 50. They say, okay, well, you can't give me 50, give me 30. And like, no. And she gave it a 200, so she had the money, right? Well, they end up getting charged, of course, the first degree kidnapping and third degree assault. They are immigrants. So you know they're going to be facing deportation for sure. Now, they had a sister come out, you know, once again, trying to speak up for the, you know, African immigrant community. Let's go ahead and play this clip.
Dear African Americans, on behalf of every African community, and I'm speaking for everybody, find in your hearts to forgive us. What this lady over here did is very unacceptable. The behavior is very wicked, very horrible. We don't tolerate this type of behavior. For $50, you find the strength of pulling a fellow woman hair like that? The hair that you just finished doing. Huh? Mama's gifted hand. Sister, we Africans, we your fellow Africans, doesn't condone your behavior. No. Okay, let's assume that $50 was real money and she didn't want to pay the money. Why would you pull somebody's hair for $50? Can you imagine the pain that lady went through? Honestly, well, your greediness was way too much. And as a human being, you're not supposed to live like this. You think this is Africa, where everybody's greedy? And what is $50? What is $50? Not even $500. Not even $100, but $50. Imagine throwing your whole business just for $50. Huh? Dear sisters, dear African Americans, please forgive us. She's on her own. She's on her own. We are washing our hands. We don't support her. No, we don't. Maybe your village people was chasing you. Because what's so wrong with you? Now look at us being dragged into your mess. Now everybody is talking about us Africans being ungrateful because of you, one person. My dear Americans, we are very grateful. Thank you for being there for us. And every single support you guys show us, we really appreciate. And the lady who went through this, please forgive us. Forgive her. I know it's very hard to forgive her, but please, please forgive her.
Well, let me say this to the particular sister in the video. I looked at her page. She's Congolese. So shout out to the people in Congo. I will say this, like I said on the last video. Just like I won't apologize for something that a Black American may do. They had nothing to, so if another Black American dude do something, I'm not gonna go apologize on his behalf. That had nothing to do with it. So I'm not saying that you should be apologizing for everybody because you had nothing to do with it, right? I get what you're doing because I've seen a lot of videos from African immigrants say, "Now, see, they basically made the block hot on us again," and saying we keep on getting in trouble behind these braiding shops. Well, this is what I would say. Y'all probably need to have a lot of internal conversations about customer service. Y'all need to maybe go to some business classes here in America and learn the way business work here and understand that you're not in your homeland, so you can't act that way. There are certain ways to deal with that. And really that was a customer service issue because if you agree to $200, you can't upcharge after you've done the work. You should have said that before you got started. Say, look, if I use human hair, it's gonna be $250. If you want it, I can put it in here, or the 200 synthetic. Then it can be a choice for you. You do the hair, and then now you want to grab it and act a plumb fool. You act a fool. And I can't stand that scarcity mentality. And it comes from a lot of them, the homeland. Like, bro, you got $200. You should just let on, you agree to it. It is what it is. You do a good job. Say, hey, come on back and whatever next time or whatever. I'd rather have a constant customer because it's on you if you didn't price right. It's not on the customer. So this customer service issue that we keep seeing in these braiding shops, that really has to be handled. It was what July going into August? Well, a lot of sisters was talking about boycotting, and they're like, oh, wait, hold on. You had even Nadine over there, or the big shop coming out apologizing. I'm like, come on, like, look. The thing is this: you gotta sit down with each other and figure this thing out. But see, a lot of the problem is you separate yourself. Because when you came to America, if you got with Black America and say, look, I want to open up a braiding shop, and in my homeland, this, I had a braiding shop, and but how's it works with, like, what would you as a customer, and just ask questions. Just ask questions. That's it. Like, how to even market yourself to Black America. You come to a whole different country. Then there was a recording that came out of the same woman, the main woman that was doing all the fighting, pulling of the hair, saying how she didn't like Americans and how she don't need Americans' money. And I'm like, oh, really? In Birmingham? You don't need Black America's money? So yeah, listen, you don't have to worry about Black America's money at this point, ma'am. You got a first-degree kidnapping charge that can sentence you 10 years to life. Man, the money from anybody shouldn't be your problem right now. And all three of y'all are stupid. You lose everything for $50. $50. $50. And let me tell you something else to the immigrants. This. Stop locking people in a building. You can't do that. Do you see Walmart locking people in? Now they watch them stealing and they tracing them while they're stealing. They call the cops and they had a cop waiting on them, right? You notice that? Loss prevention don't lock the doors and say, oh no, you're not leaving. They don't do that sort of thing. If anything, they got away. They got their license plate. They're turning them into the cops. I've seen plenty of body cam videos where a cop show up at that person's house and say, hey, I need to talk to you about a shoplifting that you were doing at Target. You know, a few days ago, they got you on camera. They got your license plate. So that's why I'm here. I've seen them do it. So if they don't, because they can't lock you in, they can't do that. So drop that mentality that you're going to lock somebody somewhere. It's not just, it's an immigrant thing I've seen. Because we've seen a lot of the Asian immigrants do this in the nail shops. I'm going to lock you in because you don't give me no money. You can't do that. You call the police and let them deal with that. And if it's a theft of service, well, then the police will deal with that individual and or whatever. The police probably say, hey, look, let's pay them. If you don't pay them, then we're going to take you for theft of service. That's the way it works. You can't be out here acting a plumb fool, but you're in jail. And like I said, I wouldn't apologize for nothing. Like I say, I mean, I appreciate what she's doing, but I'm not holding her responsible for that because she didn't do it. Only thing I ask her to do is y'all have conversations within your community and say, hey, chill out, man, because the delineation movement is here. And we already not getting the certain, help we used to get. So don't poke the bear, please. Don't poke the bear. But just learn some customer service, and a lot of that stuff won't even be happening. Hey, you got certain rules and procedures. There are certain companies you can use to send invoices, and everything is detailed and agreements. And like, bro, it's a way to do business without acting a plumb fool. But
They broke a window, brothers and sisters. They broke a window. I'm about to show y'all the window. We covering them back up. We can't. Black people, we are so self-hating, so self-destructive. They broke a window, brothers and sisters. So we got to cover them back up. We got to cover them back up. Investigation is pending. They broke the window. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? They broke the window, brothers and sisters. Y'all see that? They broke the window. Somebody threw a rock through the window. They threw a rock through the window, brothers and sisters. They threw a rock through the window. All the money we paid to get this done. And we got people sabotaging, brothers and sisters. I want y'all to see yourself. They threw a rock. Y'all see that? They bust the rock. They bust the rock, brothers and sisters. So we covering the windows back up. We got the good brothers out here. We're going to cover the windows back up, brothers and sisters. We got black people who don't want to see us succeed. As we start a new year, vandalism has begun. At the Frederick Douglass High School, we haven't had anybody vandalizing the school for several years now. We do have cameras. I'm going to go through the cameras and find out who it is, and I will make a police report. I will be sending images to the police. I will be sending images to the police. We haven't had any vandalism in years, and now the vandalism is back, but it will not go unchecked. It will not go unchecked, brothers and sisters.
@gmail.com. FDMG resumes @gmail.com. FDMG
FDMG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for.
I just played those 3 videos for you guys, and I'm going to get into this Umar Johnson stuff because I was reading this article right here, and it talks about the vandalism that happened at FDMG. Of course, this happened during the summer of FDMG. The window breaking actually took place, I want to say, a couple of years ago, where Umar Johnson actually didn't buy new windows, but he had the old windows up there. But what he did was he took the boards down. So as we see today, these windows are new. They've never been replaced. These are the same windows from when he bought the buildings in 2019. So a lot of people got confused about that. But no, he never replaced the windows. He just paid some people to come out there and take the boards down, which is not too big of a job. I mean, especially when you're not doing anything. Umar could have took that down himself. Anyway, but that's besides the point. I want to get into this article I had came across when I was looking into some information. I'm doing another video of Umar, so that's going to be coming out pretty much hopefully tonight. If not tonight, I'm going to try to put it out tomorrow morning. This video is covering the vandalism at FDMG, or the alleged vandalism at FDMG, because I played you guys that video of Umar Johnson at home. And what I wanted you guys to know is that you look at this video, this looks just like the garage, or not the garage, the not the cafeteria, what is that, the gym, the other gym at the abandoned building. This looks just like, look at this. Now there's something else I want you guys to notice, and I got this because of Lennon Honor. He actually covered this, and I think a lot of people need to just cut this out and see this, that he said that there's a lot of artifacts and books and all that stuff. Now I want you to look at all this stuff in his apartment. This is the apartment that he got evicted out, by the way. So look at this, and I want you guys to look at this right here. Now, you know, I guess these are the artifacts right there, but look at this TV right there. You see this TV right here? Look at this junkie room. Now, he keeps I'm pretty sure that nobody really broke in. Well, if somebody did break in, it was somebody homeless. But look at this TV right here. And I'm going to go to the other video right quick. Now, as I get over here to this video right here, this is a blinking you'll miss it type of thing. Luckily, somebody pointed this out. I know Lennon Honor pointed this out, and somebody else, I want to say Cooking with Frank, maybe, he also pointed this out. But once you get over here and you look at all this crap, now this is a bunch of stuff that came out of the other school, so this is not a lot of valuable things. This stuff that he took from the other school, he just put it inside this gym on the school that he's not working on. And we're going to get into the condition of that school as well. But look at this TV right here. You see this TV right here? That's the same TV that came out of his apartment. So he's talking about a bunch of stuff was vandalized. I'm going to get into this article next. A lot of stuff was vandalized, but no, this is a bunch of stuff that came out of your apartment in 2019. So this isn't valuable stuff at all. This is just your junk that you moved from out of your apartments into the bigger building of FDMG, the moldy building. And you can see the floors are just messed up, just like at his apartments. Everything is just messed up, thrown everywhere. It's like he put all this together. I mean, it looks just like where he was living at. I mean, dude, look at this, man. This is how he lives. So when people say, or when Lene Stacks came out and said that his house looked a hot mess, we have factual evidence. We have proof from when he got evicted from his apartment that, you know, his house looked a hot mess. And now he moved all his stuff into this gym, which acts as a storage room for his past apartment furniture, I guess I want to put it like that, or if there's a better word or phrase I can put for that. But let's get into this article right quick. So let's get into this article. I thought I'd get into this article. We're going to go by Jay White's video because he actually posted a video. He went up to the school. Shout out to the Lady Luck Club because she actually put me on game to that. So this article right here was actually written by the Delaware Blacc, the Pulse of the Urban Delaware, which apparently you don't have the Pulse because your people, you guys are flatlining, in my opinion. Anyway, so it says vandalism at Dr. Umar's FDMG Academy delays opening, damages thousands of books and cultural artifacts. Okay, so this is stuff that he moved from his apartment. So this is not cultural artifacts. This is stuff that he probably got at a garage sale. So the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey, a long-awaited school project spearheaded by Dr. Umar Johnson, by the way, he started collecting money in 2010 for this, has suffered another serious setback following a reported act of vandalism that damaged key educational resources and cultural items. The incident, which came to light in June 14, 2025, targeted the interior of the building, resulting in the destruction of 5,000 books, various cultural artifacts, and educational supplies. Fortunately, the physical structure of the school itself remains intact. So this is all misinformation. So first of all, there's nobody who accounted for these books. There's no proof that there was no inventory of 5,000 books. Second of all, that cultural inventory, those cultural artifacts, is that stuff that he had in that video that I previously played for you, that stuff of Marcus Garvey and all that stuff. That's what all that stuff is. There's nothing of value that was actually damaged. All this stuff, majority of the stuff came from out of the other building. He moved into this building and he stored it all into the he sorted it all into the bigger gym, because remember the ex FDMG employee Dom, who Umar Johnson owes money to because he didn't pay him while he was working for him, he came out and said we just moved everything from one place to another. And what they did with the other stuff was they took the stuff out of the school and they left it on a corner. So they just left it, they just dumped it, like illegally dumped it. And he always talking about, you know, people dumping stuff at his school, but yeah, he took all this stuff out of the school and he just dumped it somewhere. And we have Don, the ex-employee, who said that Umar Johnson did have them do it on his orders. So Umar Johnson ordered his ex-employee who he didn't pay and who had to take him to court. He ordered his employees and other handyman that was working for him to illegally dump that stuff down the street because he didn't want to pay for it. He didn't want to pay to have anybody come and pick it up. So, I mean, he's been called off for that. So he's talking about people dumping stuff at his schools. Screw your school. You're doing the same thing. So why are you complaining about it? So it says, although the full scope of the damages has not been officially confirmed, nobody ever confirmed this, by the way. Early reports suggest that the loss of material was significant enough to delay the plant opening, originally expected to welcome students early. The FDMG Academy is now projected to open in September 2026. Okay, whatever. Dr. Mark Johnson, known for his outspoken advocacy of independent Black education, expressed deep disappointment over the attack, but affirmed that the recovery efforts are already underway. Supporters of the schools have begun rallying to replace the destroyed material and rebuild momentum for the institution's mission. Okay, so there's no mission at this institution. I have to remind you guys that this is a tax exempt organization, you guys, that gets tax-free money. So every dollar that it collects goes right into the organization's pocket. He's not paying taxes on any of this money. Not only that, but all this stuff that they just put into this article is nobody's fact-checked none of this. There's nothing factual coming out of this article written by, of course, Delaware Blacc, the Pulse of the Urban Delaware. So like I just showed you guys, that TV came from his apartment. A bunch of that stuff came from his apartment. Don, the employee, said that they put a lot of that stuff into this gym. So none of this is factual at all. This is just a bunch of crap that he moved from the other school and a bunch of crap that he moved out of his apartments into the school. Furthermore, we're going to look at something else that they said in this article right here. Now, they said in the article that hold on, let me go to it right quick. They said the physical structure of the school itself remains intact. The physical structure of the school is in shambles. So I'm going to go to Jay White's video, and we're going to look at the physical structure, or at least the outside physical structure of the school, because we saw a little glimpse on the inside in that video previously, but let's look at the outside of the academy, so-called academy. Okay, so as we get over here to this part of the video, so Jay White, I'm gonna link his video down in the description. Friend of the channel, by the way, and shout out to the Lady Luck Club, because I didn't even know anything about this until she mentioned it on one of her recent live streams. So he went to the school. So this is a more up-to-date video, but as you can see, the building in which all this so-called valuable stuff was inside of is a complete shambles. So let's listen to Jay White as he actually goes around the building in which is holding these so-called artifacts, these books, and look at the outside of the building already. And you can see how, it just looks terrible. So this is where he's holding all these valuable items at.
My rental car. I make sure nobody gets me from my car while I'm out here. All right. Hey, how are you? I'm gonna tell you right now, there is a 0% chance that anybody in this community is paying the amount of money that Umar is talking about. That you're gonna get, several $100s a month from all these students. Probably more than that needed to just keep up. Yeah, this building has been ransacked. I think this is the infamous bus. I believe somebody pointed out. I think that's his bus. I'm gonna walk up on it in a second. What's up, bus driver? Advanced student. Okay. Okay, there's your everybody keep asking about that mold. There's that mold right there molding. Probably catching Ebola just standing right here. My goodness. All right, so I guess this is that bus. I think Lady Luck pointed out. You got his battery that got stolen. That stole a man's battery. Yeah, that bus ain't going nowhere. That bus is good to go. Yeah. Okay. It looks like this is exactly how every scary movie gets started. Some random black guy walking somewhere he ain't supposed to be going, and then the movie's sound effects start. We got the graffiti, we got the trash, we got the, okay. We got more graffiti. We got broken windows. I mean, broken lights right there. Trash back here. What is he doing? When he says he's working on the building, what is he working on? Oh, there's a camera right there. There's a camera. But there's only one. There should be like 30. All right, y'all. Your boy back here checking out the FDMG Academy. They got the FDMG graffiti artists hitting it up, tagging the place. Shout out to them. Trash back here. Vegetation has been vegetating for sure. Man, this is unfortunate, man, because the community looks like it could use a school. No question about that.
Okay, so what you guys are just seeing right here is the physical structure of the outside of the building where he's keeping all these so-called valuable artifacts and all these 5,000 books. By the way, nobody accounted for these books. Nobody knows how valuable the artifacts were. All we know is that he says that they are valuable, that he says that he had 5,000 books. And as you can see, he has stuff from his apartment inside of that damn gym. And we have confirmation from Don, the ex-employee, that they moved a bunch of that stuff from the other school to this school, including books, including desks, including school supplies. So we're talking about school supplies that's over a decade, like a fucking decade long. Like we're talking about rulers that's been sitting for a decade. I mean, you can't just get it to nobody and have them use it. So, and also we saw a bus going through. I saw a bus passing through. I mean, so there's a school nearby that's actually open, that's actually doing stuff for the people. Not this IRS scam that Umar Johnson is doing right here. Umar Johnson is just using this as a piggy bank for he can travel around the world as he bees, and he has become one of the most annoying online influencers online. And I'm gonna keep covering it, man, because Umar Johnson is out of control right now, and we can see that this scam. Anybody can see the scam from a mile away. So his supporters are just mentally ill at this point. There's nothing to say about that. I'm not gonna even argue with any supporter. I don't block them in my chat room or whatever. But you know, there's something wrong with them. But Umar Johnson himself, he's running an IRS scam. He's running an IRS fraud. The federal government should be involved in this. This is ridiculous right here. But as for that news article and the people in the news article, Black Delaware, you guys got to fact check your stuff. I mean, if you want to put out articles, man, and I accidentally stumbled across that as I was looking for some other information in regards to Umar Johnson, because I had found out that Umar Johnson, while he stopped practicing when he was 36 years old, so he was 36 when he stopped practicing, but he was 38 when he got his PhD in 2012. So my whole thing is, what experience do Umar Johnson have? And then he put that book out when he was 39 years old. So he has a book. You're 39 years old. You don't have no experience though in psychology, but you're putting out a book that costs what was that book? $250 on Amazon. A ridiculous price that nobody's going to pay because you're not a reputable guy. Only people that follow you are people that don't know that much about psychology. That's why you'll have nobody to come out here and give you any reference. Umar Johnson never says my colleagues they can refer you to this, or my colleagues can speak to my volume of work that I've done. We don't know anything about this guy, but yeah, he's selling a book for $250 on Amazon, which is don't buy that book. It's crap. Screw him, screw his lawyer. They're all stupid. But this is where he was keeping the valuable items at, in his shaggy place where there's mold. Oh, and also it's been raining inside of there because he never got the top of the roof taken care of. So it was raining inside of there as well. So that's all I wanted to come through and say, man. I'm gonna keep on Umar's neck, man. I haven't been putting out videos, but I'm back at it, man, like a crack addict. Oh, speaking of crack addicts, that's who usually stays outside of the school. There's a huge homeless population that lives outside of FDMG. They sleep behind the school, or maybe somebody tried to break in because they needed to get somewhere warm. There's a huge homeless population out there. I'm talking about, I see white people that's homeless out there sleeping in front of school, see black people. So I think it's a homeless person that broke in. This is not a coordinated attack by anybody. This is just homeless people trying to break in, and maybe they were rummaging through, looking for something valuable. But other than that, there's nothing really happening at that school. I mean, looking at the damaged gun, I'm talking about, like, say if we were to put it into a ballpark of how much damage was done, I'm pretty sure the insurance company can cut him a check for about $25. You know, that's it. But other than that, thanks for coming through, man. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. Peace.
If this message speaks to you, don't just like it, pass it on. Share it directly with someone who needs to hear it, because messages like this don't always reach everyone they should. Thank you and enjoy.
Do foundational Black Americans deserve reparations? If yes, what would it look like? To determine a realistic total and per-person reparations amount for foundational Black Americans, if the United States had unlimited funds, we must consider, first, the historical legal claims. Starting from the legal beginning of the claim, for example, 1865 after slavery was abolished, but including violations such as black codes, Jim Crow, redlining, and systemic economic exclusion. Methods of calculation. There are multiple variables, including lost wages from slavery, wealth disparities today, unpaid labor calculations, and modern-day damages for systemic discrimination. We then calculate with the number of eligible recipients based on the foundational Black American population. Step 1. Key estimates for total reparations. Several studies have attempted to estimate reparations, unpaid wages from slavery, starting in 1865. The total enslaved labor value, calculated by economists, ranges from $20 to $97 trillion, adjusted for inflation and compounded interest. This is based on 4 to 5 million enslaved people in 1865. The racial wealth gap is largely a result of policies that excluded Black Americans from wealth accumulation. The average white family's wealth is approximately $900,000, while the average Black family's wealth is about $140,000. Closing this gap for around 40 million Black Americans would cost between $13 and $14 trillion. 40 acres and a mule, which refers to land reparations. Each freedman was promised 40 acres, but was denied. An estimated 44 million acres are owed, valued at around $1.5 trillion today. Losses from segregation, discriminatory housing policies, exclusion from Social Security benefits, and targeted economic oppression. Some estimates add $10 to $15 trillion for these damages. Total reparations estimate. Combining these methods, the low end is $14 trillion, focusing on the wealth gap alone, and the high end exceeds $97 trillion, accounting for the full value of lost labor plus damages. Step 2. Individual payouts. The number of eligible foundational Black Americans is approximately 40 million, a conservative estimate based on United States Census data. Per-person payouts. The low estimate of $14 trillion total results in $350,000 per person. The high estimate of $97 trillion total results in $2.4 million per person. Including land, which adds around $1.5 trillion extra, would add approximately $37,500 per person. Step 3. Realistic payment models. If unlimited money was available, payouts could be structured as lump sum payments, direct $350,000 to $2.4 million per person. Trust fund model, paid over 20 to 30 years. Wealth building programs, free education, home grants, business loans, and tax exemptions. Land and asset transfer, providing land, businesses, and property. The realistic minimum is $350,000 per person, totaling around $14 trillion. Full compensation would be $2.4 million per person, totaling approximately $97 trillion. If land is included, an additional $37,500 per person, totaling around $1.5 trillion more. In an unlimited money scenario, the maximum owed could be close to $100 trillion, but a more practical, historically sound figure is around $14 to $20 trillion to close the wealth gap and compensate for direct damages. In the next video, we will talk about what the government can do today if it chooses. Please comment on what you've seen today. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for joining us on Until Reparations Comes. To reconcile the potential cost of reparations for FBA, which could be up to $97 trillion, with the current U.S. financial reality, we need to analyze how such a program could be structured without causing economic collapse. Here's how. Can the U.S. afford reparations? The U.S. national debt is over $36 trillion, and the annual federal budget is about $7.3 trillion. Paying even the low-end estimate of $14 trillion in one lump sum would be nearly impossible within the current budget. However, governments do not operate like households. They have mechanisms to fund large-scale initiatives over time. Ways the U.S. finances large expenditures include debt issuance, such as for war spending, COVID-19 relief, and bank bailouts, tax adjustments like a progressive wealth tax or a corporate reparations tax, reallocation of spending by reducing unnecessary military or corporate subsidies, and investment in reparations as economic stimulus, which could boost GDP via increased FBA wealth and spending. Historical precedents for large government spending show that the U.S. has spent more on other programs. For example, COVID-19 relief from 2020 to 2022 cost between $5 and $6 trillion. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars cost $8 trillion.
Yeah. Yeah, scammer fraud, son. Leonard. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm gonna end this now. So thank you for tuning in. I'm back with this amount for reparations tomorrow, along with some other, or today, along with some other topics at the City Council for peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Kuma and Lady Chase signing out. Your mile high income and legal minor for the city. Peace.
I tried to. It's hard.